Yo, what up, G? Just watching and eating your popcorn. Glad we could put on a show for you, man. It's been fucking wild all day long. Jesus Christ, it's 3 a.m. We've been at it now for what, 15 hours again? 2 ARs in a row. This one probably hurt a bit. I don't know, we traded these. I don't think any of these other rallies lasted long enough. I already have these even army rallies, those are just counters. So what I'm curious on is how much damage this was doing. So this kicked in probably around, what would you say, 6-3. Well, actually, his rally started around here. So let's go down here. Let's come up to maybe like here. 224. We'll just have to find one of them, find increments of 3 and 6 seconds. Okay, so 225. So Ash. Sabertooth. Counterattack. And then I immediately used a combo, which made me use this, which means that I did it here as well. It's my first time using combo, so I'm trying to figure out what it looks like. Sorry guys, give me one moment. We're in the middle of fighting, but I'm trying to... This is my first time trying something, guys. Give me 1 second. Continuous bleed effect on Stella. Okay, here it is. So 4,086 HP, or 4,096 on the bleed effect. Okay. And then, so that's 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. She still bled for 4,096. Then Ash Sabertooth used that. Mine used that. He lost 54,000, lost 2,000 troops. Immediately used combo, so he used another 2,000 troops, which means that he bled. Critical hit. And then I used it, and then another 3,000 troops. So that's another 4,000 troops, 7,000 troops before the bleed even kicks in. Which, another 500 troops, so 1,500 troops over 3 seconds. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, so I switched it up. So prior to this, I was running crit and counter. Now I'm trying crit counter combo. So what I'm running is I'm running Pango and Crab. So then now I actually have, yeah, crit, counter, and combo. So 25% crit, 41% counter, and 11% combo. But when triggering a combo, I gain 30 more. And then when using a leader skill, I gain 90 more. Which at 75, giving an additional 90 just for using my leader skill should kick that up to around 20-something%. And then hopefully that kicks up to around 25. So the whole idea is that like I have like 25% plus of each stat basically concurrently running at any time is kind of the main idea. Yo, what's up? How's it going? Did they stop? Oh, okay, so now we're just rallying checkpoint. Damn, I thought they were like full-blown coming at us, so I started streaming. Because I paused for a bit. We get another tower down? I guess we did. Who the fuck put another tower down? These guys. Why? Why did we put another tower down? This is like not even the priority area. Like at all. I'll bet it's because Azure's building, huh? Are they fast building? They probably are. Yeah. I mean, they are. Hopefully gold ports. Because if they don't port, and they take the checkpoint, then all these bases are just exposed. And then you guys can just come in and mop them. If any of them are AFK. Two ARs versus Z and Panda are playing together? Shit. Say less. Yeah, he's like East Coast time or something like that, right? Central time or something? If I remember right. I've talked to him a few times. God damn. God damn. Might be on my time zone around it, probably midnight or something for him, around 4 or 5. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, dude, they freaking, everyone woke me up at like 3 a.m. I had just gone to bed a couple hours ago, or like earlier, and they're like, we're getting hit. I'm like, I don't care. I wake up for work in a few hours. Here, just take my account. Yo, what's up, where? How's it going? Oh, we need to get field control, huh? Alright, I'm coming. Say less. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, we played against TPL last time, right? So it's like they know. They know what time I sleep. They're not dummies. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Freaking Caesar, man. Strong as shit. Tanking. This guy's strong too. I caught his weak march though. Here's some resources. Come get some kills then, buddy. Oh wait, you can't. They took this. That's right. It's checkpoint. Duh. It's day 2. My bad. Yeah, come through the checkpoint, man. You can have resources. I got you. Just gotta break the tower. freaking FIB versus TPL 2 ARs in a row. This is wild, man. You guys are strong. Yeah, I mean they're always like all over the field. It's ridiculous. Wait, did we take the checkpoint? We totally did. Hey, yo, their bases are exposed, man. Hey, their bases are open. Their bases are open. Come get some. Yo, what up? Yo, what's up, Zaddy? How you doing, Zaddy? It's Daddy Bane. Yo, come get some resources. You wanted resources, right? Come get them. Hold on, I dropped my freaking fry sauce cup. Good thing it wasn't open. Where did it go? Oh wait, no, it's my Chick-fil-A sauce. Or no, it's the little one's Chick-fil-A sauce. What am I talking about? I haven't had Chick-fil-A.
Don't rush me.
I'm driving for the next hour. Yo, all I'm saying is, I'm putting on the record right now, officer, don't watch and drive. If anything happens, I told him, don't watch and drive. Put me on like a podcast. I'll be in that ear like Sydney Sweeney. Just not trying to distract like the chest, though. That's all I'm saying. Oh, what's up? How's it going, KCO? Ah, shit. Get me out. Get me out. Put me back. Put me back. Nope, I knew you were going to turn around right there. Hell no. God damn. Yo, they better come back. They're going to like just swarm that frickin' checkpoint. Change of captain. Change of captain. Why are we holding this thing? Are y'all crazy? What? Just play whack-a-mole. That's what I'm saying. Why are we holding? We should not. We should. They're gonna be here soon. Why are we trying to fucking hold this shit? Oh, hell no. Bro. Oh, hurt. Hey, what's up, Don? How's it going? Gold's going to try and stall for their allies. That's what I'm saying. There's no point in holding that thing. We should wait for the double gangbang. Yeah, there's no, like, we should just give this up. Why just give up checkpoint? There's zero reason to hold that shit. Oh, 100%, man. Yeah. G27, Jesus Christ. Is that a thing? The hell is way out here in the boonies? Can you promote my Stella? Oh shit. Where? Oh, checkpoint. Alright, what do we got? Chia. Going to fight against with how many guys in a me around rest. Oh yeah, no shit. Yeah, blue can't pass. Oh wait, no. Blue will take and pass through. God damn, really?
You'll die, I'll live.
Whoa, shit. My marches. I was wondering, like, what the heck is getting hit? I'm sitting here trying to fix this tower shit that we have going on. Oh, wait, okay, so that doesn't touch. Okay, so this is fine.
Don't take your eyes off me, my darling. I know you want to see me. You want me to take center stage.
Okay. Bro, you are cooking us. What faction you in? Are you in gold? Yo, what up? Oh shit, yeah, you messaged me asking if you could ask a question. Sorry, we're in the middle of fighting. I totally saw that. Hold on, rally, stop for a sec. Okay, that tower's getting finished. How long do we have here? 6 minutes on this one. Alright, 1v2 in a minute, I guess. What we got going on here? Where is the garrison? Okay, I kind of want to peep this again. Because we took over pretty quick. He wasn't in there long. Swapped it out, so I think somewhere in here should be 28, 30. Hammer Pangolin. General Crab. Okay, yeah, here we go. So he used it. I counterattacked. And I used it. Oh wait, no. That portion. He used that. I used mine, and then I used a combo. And then I used that. Like, combo is hitting, man. $33. Boom, with a critical hit. Oh, 6 seconds. Okay, so 1. Then that. Then I used mine, which did a critical. Then I gained that, which gave me even more counter. Or no, combo. Yeah, when this attack deals a critical hit, gains counter. Okay. Yeah, counter. So then down here, I did a counter attack. Oh wait. Yeah, did that counter attack. Then I used mine, critical hit. Yep. Then 3 seconds later. He triggered a combo. On his combo, I counterattacked. Then I did mine. Then I did my other one. Counterattack. Then mine. Then combo. Which then procced his to do his. I don't know, man. I feel like that's a solid rate for the fact that, like, I just started using the crab. Your B synergy video. Dude, like, I just, like, that's my first garrison report, so this event thing came out or whatever. This potential thing came out. And I was like, okay, well, clue you in. I don't know if you saw that. But I got this thing completely done. All the way up. So my Pango's completely finished, right? Like, all the way done. And I was like, well, this thing's giving me crit. But what I noticed is that, like, even at, like, a low number, like, the higher that this number goes, your fall off is, like, it falls off pretty quick. So, like, this number is, like, double this number, right? 210, 420. So you would assume that whatever this percentage is half, or this percentage is double the percentage of this. But it's not, right? So it's, like, it's 25. So that should be 50, but it's not. It falls off pretty quick. It's actually 25 and 41. So you get a pretty high percentage at lower numbers. So I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to pair that with this then and try that. And so I started doing this one to get this one up. And so I started dumping into this, which gave me some combo here. And then I'm grabbing that as a passive here because of the pairing. So I've got that combo here. And then I'm getting the combo from here. And then the combo from here as well. And so when this procs and this procs, I end up getting like 25% combo, then 25% crit, and then like 40% counter in total. And it's just spitting damage. Like when I look at that report, where did that thing go? When I look at this report, like beast damage is crazy. Because I jumped in, like this is, I threw my Garrison in there a couple seconds late, that's why it shows that. But it's crazy. Because like this rally right here, for example, like it only lasted like this part of the report. It's a crazy amount. Like this right here is only this. And so it's like one thing that I noticed was that like when I was doing this, the beast portion, or sorry, the beast explore thing, I'm on area 52 because on my buff settings I was like, well, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take all the flat numbers. I'm gonna take all combo, all crit, and all counter, just like the flat numbers themselves, steering mostly away from the percentages and stuff. That way, like by getting all the numbers, I'm just proccing my beasts to combo, crit, or counter all the time, and I flew into like the numbers that like I was able to climb into. And so I was like, well, I'm going to take that same principle and like apply that into like the real thing and put two pairings together that are crit, counter, and combo. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. Yeah. No, I mean, it's the diminished return factor, like, but in beasts, and the diminished return part is like, it's pretty astronomical. Like, it drops off pretty quick with the beast numbers. Like, this drops off pretty fast. So, like, the whole idea, it seems like, is to get these numbers around, like, 200 to 300. And then just that like, my crit's only 210. But that means I crit 25% of the time. So, if I can get my combo to, like, 200, then that means that I'll combo on 25% of my attacks as well. And if I look here, if I get this, I'll get 180 more. And then 195 more. That's 370 more that I'll get. Now, to divide that by 2, that's 180. So I'll get 180 more through inheritance on here. So I'll be at 250 combo on this one alone. So I'll actually have more combo than crit on this. So I should be at like almost 30% combo, 25% crit, and 40% counter on this guy. Just from pairing. Like, that'll be sick. Yeah, not everyone wants to learn. Like, some people just want the answer to the tests. But I'm kind of someone that it's like, unless I know how to, like, how I got the answer, like, how's that going to help me when, like, more beasts come out? Like, when the game changes and stuff. Just because I know the answers today doesn't mean the answers are going to be the same tomorrow. The tests change all the time. I'd rather know how to get there. Well, guys, I don't know. I started streaming because they started pushing. And then Azure was building towers, but now the tower building stopped. Did they run out of cement? What happened? Yeah, the water, freaking grass, like the water, grass, all that shit, none of that matters at all. None of that matters. Like, you get the little bit of damage advantage and shit, but like the 5% damage advantage that you have in like infantry versus rioter versus ranged and shit, like that shit doesn't matter compared to like the skill damage that range does, like that that like the basic attack damage that Chasey does, the defense that like there's so many other factors involved. And it's just like people will look at stuff at like surface level and be like, "Oh, that's it. This is Pokemon, grass beats water." And it's like, "Okay. If you say so." Hey. Kamusta ka? What up, Harvey? How you doing? Factions are made? What do you mean? Do you mean... So wait, Legion, fact... Okay, so... Okay, yeah. So like after the Legions are done. Yeah, sure. Or like, are you wanting to know like how... Is capturing level 7 inf... What faction you're in? Yeah. As far as I know. I know that the 6s do, and I thought the 7s do, yeah. I thought the AI actually has a really good explanation of this. What determines how factions are made in Archipelago raid? If I remember right, I thought the AI actually had like a really good explanation of this. Yeah, legions that capture specific treasure cities are directly assigned to the corresponding faction. Remaining legions are assigned based on their capture of specific watchtowers, which the watchtowers are the ones in the 4 corners. All right, good luck in Apex, Harvey, man. Godspeed to you, which increases their affiliation to either the Westwood or the East Bay faction. Yeah, so like you're automatically assigned based on which level 7 you capture, and then the ones that don't capture the level 7 are affiliated based on which level 6s they capture. And then if legions have an equal affiliation, they are randomly assigned to a faction. Which... I don't think I've ever really seen the random part. But yeah, so like the team that captures the level 7 automatically becomes like the East faction. The team that captures this one automatically becomes the West faction. And then the team that captures the attributing Westwood, like another one of the West level 6s, is then attributed to that level 7 basically. So like if this team captures this level 7 and this team captures this level 6, then this level 6 attributes to this level 7. So like if this team and this team wanted to unionize together, they would have to capture this. They would have to make sure that gold captures this to create its own faction. And that, yeah, so that's where the random part comes in. Is that in order for Crimson and Azure to get allied together, they have to make sure that gold is able to come out and grab this level 7 to create the Westwood faction, and then they both have to block in Jade. So they have to come up in here, block Jade up here. They have to come over here, block Jade in here. Then one of them comes down and captures this level 7 to create the East Bay. They come up and grab this level 6, and then they come over here and grab this level 6. That creates these two to be on this level 7, and then that makes Jade randomize and puts them on this level 7. Yeah, they do. Crimson and Azure can be allied. We've done it before. We've personally done it before. The level 7 does matter. Can you tell who will be our ally? As we want to ally with red, but red took the other side of the village as well. Oh, that sucks. We're in G6. Tell them not to capture this level 6. Or this level 7. They got to lose that level 7. Either that or you don't capture this level 7. Yeah, we've done it before. It's not that it hasn't happened. We've done it before. There's been plenty of people that have combined Azure and Crimson together. The only dependency is that you have to have an Azure and a Crimson that can lock down a Jade or a Gold by themselves. Like, you have to be able to 1v1. And many times that's why it doesn't work, is that a Gold and a Jade are usually stronger than a Crimson or an Azure in a 1v1, and that if they break out and they capture a level 6 on either side at any point in time, that automatically puts them in a faction. G8 has Crimson and Azure allying too. There you go. No, it's not a foreign thing. Azure and Crimson can ally. Yeah, see, these guys are doing it. These guys have it, and these guys have it. So as long as Jade doesn't come down here and take this, then they'll ally. If Jade comes down here and takes this, then what it'll do is that it'll put Azure and Jade into the same faction. Because technically Azure will have the East Bay one, which makes them the East team, and then they'll have an East Bay tower. So they'll be the East team, and then Crimson, not capturing the level 7, will get put into the West team. Jade and Gold will automatically ally because of the efforts that Azure and Crimson do. By default, Jade and Gold will ally. Jade and Gold cannot force to be an ally together. The choice to be allies together, Jade and Gold, can never happen. The only choice that can be made is that Azure and Crimson can choose to ally together. It can be. It's not 2v1. It's not 2v1 because it ends up becoming a 1v1v1. Because as Crimson, you have to be able to 1v1 Gold this, or I'm sorry, Jade this whole time. Like right here, Azure can't pass through this checkpoint. They can't come help. Well, I mean, I guess technically they could. They could capture this checkpoint. Yeah, I guess to a degree they can. But until this checkpoint opens, so like for the first 24 hours, like they wouldn't be, well, I guess actually, yeah, they could. Yeah, they could because this checkpoint would just be open. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I guess it could technically be 1v2 through the whole time. It would be hard. Like, you would have to pretty much, like, you would have to line that up because technically speaking, like, a lot of people, like Crimson, for example, would, like, by default usually capture the level 5 quick because they're going to, like, want to build towers this way or get the cement generation. But if you had plans to ally Crimson and Azure, you would just by default not capture this. So then Azure could send troops through. But if you're doing that, then that just means that Gold can send troops through as well. And then that just makes it extremely difficult. So you would want to capture this. But then if you capture this, then Azure can't come through also. Which then puts you in a 1v1 still against Jade. So you have to be able to hold Jade by yourself. Then that means that Jade has to be able to 1v1 Azure. And again, that's usually why it fails, is because one team will be able to hold Jade by themselves, but then usually one team is drastically weaker than the other, and then Jade will just push through Azure, capture level 6, and then all of a sudden, now it fell apart, and one team that crumbled under the pressure of that is now allied with Jade, and that team is weak, and Jade just got done 1v1ing Crimson, losing, getting crippled, 1v1ing Azure, winning, but is still crippled from this fight. So you have a crippled Jade and a weak Azure versus a strong Crimson and a Gold that hasn't fought yet. And then by default, usually Crimson and Gold would just win in that case. That's usually what happens. Like 90% of the time that I ever see Azure and Crimson try to ally each other, that's generally what happens. Is that one team is far weaker than the other. They crumble under this pressure. Like Jade figures that out. They capture it. And then that weak team, because Jade had fought their way through 2 teams simultaneously, like through 2 legions on their own, that team is now far weaker. And Gold is just completely healthy because they haven't fought shit for like 2 or 3 days. And then they just win by default. Oh, here they come. They're still coming. We do a lot of 1v2s, but it's usually so like when us as an alliance are in Crimson or Azure, like anybody that watches my stream knows this, like Panda does this strategy now as well. If he's still watching, he does this. And correct me if I'm wrong, Panda, if you're here, you do this because of me. I think I remember you saying that at least. If you do this because of your own, then I don't want to take credit for it. I'm not even taking credit, even if you do. But I thought I remember you saying this. But if I'm in Azure or Crimson, and if our alliance is in that, and I'm allying Jade, that means that Gold has to build this way, because we're going to build this way to ally Jade. Jade's going to build this way. Azure's going to build this way to ally Gold. Gold's going to ally this way to ally Azure. We're going to build straight into them to cripple them. Like, we always take early fights. And then usually that forces their ally to come up and assist them. And we like to take 1v2s. Not that we don't want Panda to fight. Panda had fought them, actually. Panda and his team had fought Azure before we actually got into fights. But this wasn't meant to turn into as big of a thing as it did. I think we were just like back here. We hadn't really made much of it. Like, we were actually debating on how aggressive we wanted to get. And then like 3 o'clock in the morning, so like 16 hours ago, I got woken up because they were like, oh, our towers are getting hit. So they pushed into us and we just swung back. Didn't get far. I'm sorry. Well, fuck, I thought that we were going to have a little bit more action here. Let's see. Is there anybody else? Maybe we can go bounce around some of the Gs and see if there's anybody else that's fighting. Tower-wise, at least, maybe. If anybody knows of any Gs that are tower fighting right now, I'm happy to spectate and watch. These guys fighting? Wait, I heard UOD is like 1v3. How is that a thing? You can. I just like weakening them because it's fun. Check G4. Alright, give me 1 second. Oh, G3 is doing the same thing. Wait, G3's... What the fuck is happening in G3? What? Wait, so Azure is allied with Gold. Crimson... Is Crimson building into Jade? Huh? I don't know what G3 is. Who can I ask? Is it 2v1v1? Yeah, G3 is amazing. What's happening in G3? I don't have any other contacts in G3. Jade just got crushed by blue is all? Yep. Oh. But why is Crimson building into Jade here is my question. What's the purpose of this tower? Is this not an aggressive tower? Is this just Jade building? Like, why would Jade build... Huh. I mean, is Jade too strong? 74 bill? No. Jade and red. Okay. Okay, yeah, well, it's just an outside perspective. When I saw this tower like this that's building, I thought that it was Crimson building into them. Huh, okay. G4. What's happening in G4? I don't see any tower fights. They want to do PvP. Interesting. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I never understand, like, if you're up in Apex doing PvP, I don't know. To me, I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep my mouth shut on that one. I'm not going to finish that sentence. Yeah, Apes Leader's dope as shit. What, is he in 59N? Is Apes Leader still in 59N? Yeah, he is. He's a fucking beast. I didn't realize that 59N was in G3. I do have contacts in G3. I talked to Apes Leader and them. I didn't realize that they were in there. Whoops. They should use the troops to fight instead. Yeah, you'd think. ANCS is still a thing. I didn't realize ANCS is still a thing. Why is my screen bugged out? Is that just up here? Oh, is it because there's 6 alliances? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's why. BDO1, Snow, ANCS, IC8, or AC8. Oh, they have AC8 and IC8 in the same thing. Interesting. Didn't we just have AC8 in ours? I thought we just had AC8 in our thing, or IC8. I thought we just had one of them. Who did we have in our... Oh yeah, we just had these guys. What did we have these guys in? Was it Island Raid? Is that what we just got done playing? Island Raid? How did these guys just, like, did they just inflate? I mean, I guess so. What are y'all doing up there? Okay. Huh. DNTN. And then H&B. I feel like H&B just runs this map, right? H&B and ANCS have to ally by default, right? Are they still family? I don't know. They're not even on each other's family wall anymore. I thought that they would still be family after ANCS and H&B merged, but I guess not. Face and name taken old alliance mates and 59 with apes. Okay. Yeah, I talk to Meaties almost every day. He's dope. Riot done. Is this war? It was war. Is this war? Was war. Yeah, 59's a dope, dope region. Great fighters there. The media's always asks when I'm gonna come play with them. Oh, there's NBD. G9, not too far off. Oh, they're tower fighting. Here we go. Our region family is fighting. Perfect. Oh, and they're fighting the whale. This is that whale dude, right? The new whale? This is that alliance, right? It is. Yeah, Black Demons. I was gonna say, how are they? They probably lost, right? Because I don't think NBD has any crazy. Who is NJ? Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I did it again. 143. Okay, so I have seen that name before. I was gonna say that sounds familiar. Gold. Does Crimson have any garrison leaders? Road? No. NBD doesn't. Olo? No. MSQT? Maybe. No. Gold? Bro, this is cooked. Why did you guys build down here with a bunch of 150 mil players when Doom alone has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people over 200 mil? You guys are going to get put in a bear video. You guys are cooked. Yo, what up, buddy? Cheers, buddy. What up, Brett? Yo, Brett, you want to see something? This guy, there's people that have been making videos on this guy. This guy's dropped like 1 million on his account in like, what was it, guys? A couple months? 2 months or something like that is what it took. There's no way these guys decided to build down here and try to hold Doom with not a single 200 mil player in the ranks. There's no way. Like, why? Like, hold on. I mean, I guess like NBD, but I know Dewey doesn't have a garrison. NJ maybe does. But a 143 account with no whites. No. No. I know NBD doesn't, because we're in the same region. I know what they have. This guy? I mean, maybe? I'm like nobody stands out, so I'm having to like guess who's garrisoning. Oh, that's cooked. Yeah. Yeah, Bear's gonna put these guys in his next video. I don't think it's that they pushed gold. I think that it's that yeah, see, gold had all these towers. So I think what it is that they'd caught gold at just a time where gold was offline. And now that gold is back online, it's just all that progress is gone. So I mean, I guess if you like, if you got a cheeky cut, go for it. And I'm sure they caught some bases for it as well. There's not too many bases up here anyways, so it's probably just like an arranged. Yeah, Doom. BTW. Yeah, it looks like they probably just they rallied when they caught them offline. I think it was around Christmas. I don't know. Has it been 2 months yet? Oh wait, hold on. He sent me something. Keeper switch. Ooh. Yeah. That's why I also think that this was just like a temp push. I think this was just to try to catch some bases and burn some, which I mean, mission accomplished, I guess. And, oh, here's the fight. Here we go. $120k points, yeah. 100k. Yeah, he's already. Yeah, I would assume probably like 200k deep in his account. Sorry guys, responding to Discord messages. Hey, what up, Harry? How's it going? That's funny. I believe it though. Okay, so what do we have here? Hold on, before I check in on this fight, I just want to see who's fighting here. Okay, J-Day's fighting. I know some of those guys. Goon. Goon squad. OV1 TT. Mod 1. Like, even these guys have like an almost 300 mil player. I just want to check really quick. Sorry guys, give me 1 sec. I just want to see like 212, 289, 201. I just want to see what the other legions look like stacked up against Crimson real quick. 207. And then we'll check back into the fight. 214. Like, even Azure looks a bit more stacked. 223, 204. $280, 238, 216, 210, 221, 220, 208. Oh god, yeah, no wonder they allied. 262. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, hold on. Jade's gonna cook Azure here. I mean, if they got the right armaments and everything, if the numbers add up. I helped them. I helped them, actually. Black Demons. I helped them. See? See? I've helped him. He's got the money. He's got the pocket to be a really strong player. I've helped him with stuff. Am I going to go for ranged Garrison 2 with Ethan eventually? I'm stacking all my my fragments because eventually they're gonna bring out another infantry hero, and I'm waiting to see because if it's an infantry garrison hero, I'm dumping. They're holding though. Professor Z. Oh, is he from Indonesia? That's pretty cool. The 9 dragons. That's crazy. He's just a super way up there businessman that's got time to play Doomsday. Roblox cards. Yeah, I'm counting my blessings while I can before the little one starts asking for Robux cards. Fuck, man, back in my day it would have been Club Penguin cards. RuneScape membership. Oh, look at that. Freaking Azure popped a tower on Jade. Maybe it was just a surprise tower. Unless Jade only has like one good garrison lead. Only 14 days, got white parts. It's so crazy. I know, man. That is wild. 279. Yeah, dude, this guy's. Oh my god. 181 commander ID 282. This guy's cooking as well. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Don't count him out just yet. That guy's got an account. They got the 259 player and 279 in the front. Oh, wait, no, sorry. That's on the other side. Is that the other side? Oh, that's Goon. Yeah, sorry. That's the other team. Sorry. Couldn't see the marches. I thought that, it's like right on the cusp. I thought that was Azure's. Never mind. They're against each other. My bad. Who's building? What are we building? Oh, okay. Is Azure here yet? Knock, knock. Hello. Oh, they're almost here. 13 minutes. Man, and to think I was gonna get sleep tonight. To think I was gonna get sleep tonight. So if they attack here, they're gonna build a flank tower here. Here, or here somewhere. There's no way that the gold builds in here. Azure's gonna build. So I built this tower, so then Azure has to build here or here. They're gonna rally here. Honestly, we shouldn't even be touching it all. Well, actually. Technically, these towers are touching, right? Oh wait, that does that cut the tower? That makes it to where they don't touch? Yeah, because they're not out. Oh yeah, that just makes it to where they're not touching. So technically, gold can't rally into us unless they put another tower. So it'll just be Azure touching us with the checkpoint. So we have to hold Azure. I'll have to garrison against Azure here. Azure will rally into this, try to build a tower. So I'll have to get rallies on their tower here, and then rally into gold on their flanks. We just have to be prepared to dip. Hold up. See what else we got going on. Wait, what was that? You guys remember what that was? Is that like G9 or something? I think it was G9, right? Yeah, G9. I'm gonna sit you guys here for just one second. I gotta take a piss. Be right back. One moment. Okay, sorry about that. The new parts 5 that helps. I don't know, I got all whites on my infantry, so I'm really not too worried about it. Like, I should get ranged up because it's like my worst, and I range rally, where I have my ranged armament set, so I should, but I'm kind of just like slow pushing it. Like, I should get this, but same thing, I'm kind of just slow pushing it, honestly. Like, I'm not too concerned about it. It's just that, like, parts are so slow to get. And I've just been so heavily invested in the beast side of things, because it's like, it ramps up so fast. I think my beasts are, yeah, my beasts are pretty much the same might now as my vehicle in my garage. That's how much I've been enjoying it. Ads are popping up? Oh, my bad. Is it like auto-detecting? What the heck is it? Is YouTube listening? Hello? They're listening. Recommend parts on backpack, squad damage, the first skill. As soon as I left, I with my hand in the air, my other hand on my heart, I did not do anything. I will put that on my grave. All I did was stand up, mute my mic. And you can skip? Okay, that's good at least. I still don't know how any of that works. I just hit the stream button. Do I recommend parts on backpack, squad damage first, or the skill? I would go skill if you are a ranged rally player, or just if you're really like a ranged player in general. Like, especially if you use more than one ranged march in the field, just because there's so heavily skill involved. I would even argue to say, like, if you have like three or more of your marches are ranged plus rider, then the skill one is really good to do. Like, I have so like I went skill because I have 2 rider marches and 1 ranged in my march set, and then I also rally with range. So I mean, it's just like those 4 things combined is kind of why I did it. And then other than that, I just went full infantry. Other than that, I would pretty much just not go backpack. Everybody by default just says go backpack. I would only go backpack if you balance out. Like, if you just have like 5 armament sets and you have like 3 mil power in all your armament sets, do it. But if you're just like a 1 troop type focus, or you have like 1 armament set that you just like heavily focus on, just double down on that armament set and just complement it with those parts. So like, I have like my infantry set stands out, so I'm just going to get infantry parts. Because this is just so much more expensive, and it's so much more expensive because it benefits all your other stuff. But it's like, those other marches of mine are getting mopped in the field anyways, so it's like, I'd rather benefit my strong one. Should I focus on my rider parts instead of backpack first? Seen a lot of people doing this lately, like focusing their main troop parts. Oh, I answered your question. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I would just do that, just simply because it's like, it's so much more cheaper, right? So like, again, just for example, like, I might take squad damage reduction in my case because I'm a garrison player. Like, that makes sense. Like, in a multi-rally scenario, squad damage reduction is going to be huge, like, because I'm taking damage from 3 different rallies. Or if I'm a tank rally with my armament set, I'm a tank rally player all the time. I do that consistently, where as an infantry player, my armament set becomes a tank rally set, and I here, check this report out. Oh, this wasn't even the report, but this is a good one. I end up like tanking for the other rallies. I set a rally first because I'm infantry and I'm all counter damage, and they oh, this is like 5 days ago. This isn't the report I wanted. Where's this? Is the report. This was against, who was this? Caesar. Where is Caesar? That was against Caesar. Where is he? Caesar. Where is Caesar? Caesar's in TPL. That was against Caesar, this guy here. So what I'm getting at is that I set a rally as an infantry player because I'm going to tank it, and all of my damage on Stella is counter damage, meaning that I need to be the first rally to hit. So I'm going to be taking a lot of damage anyways, and I'm usually going to be taking all of the counter rallies. So you can see here, like, I ate this counter rally, this is a counter rally, and then they swarm the heck out of my rally anyways. So this is the rally, then this was a counter rally, and then this was a counter rally. Yeah, that was a counter rally. So I'm eating the counter rallies and stuff. So I like squad damage reduction would be nice. So there are cases where, like, even if you're one troop type, it's nice to get it. But the reason why it's so expensive is because since it's squad damage and squad damage reduction and skill damage, it's benefiting all your troops. But I mean, like 42, 28 and 42 to get this to red, as opposed to like 10, 15, 15. Like I could get like almost 3 parts to gold here for the price to get this to like red on 1, which is 1.5% damage reduction, or I could get like 4% more attack, and then also 2% HP or 2% defense and stuff. And so like for me, it's like if I was completely isolated and had just like one really good rider set or 2 really good rider sets, and most of my troop or heroes that I have are awakened, are riders or whatever have you, then I would just do that. And again, in my case, where all of my heroes that are awakened for the most part are infantry ones, my main infantry set or garrison or armament set is infantry. My garage, the one that's mostly invested in, is infantry and stuff. It makes the most sense to just invest heavily in this since it's the most used, and then I'll just worry about those later. No, I haven't been in the interview yet, man. I've been so busy outside of this game. Like I literally just started my new job this week. My schedule's supposed to be like 9 to 5, but because of the company that I work for, they're bringing on this huge project that that we're supposed to be working on for the next like 4 months, and we have a implementation partner company that's helping as well. The implementation partner company has employees or engineers that are based out of like Germany and stuff. And so I have morning meetings that start at like 7 a.m. Like yesterday, I worked from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m. So like yesterday was like a 13-hour day. And so like I've been so busy outside of work. And then I went to bed last night, like, because I had a few hours to myself. I went to bed finally at like 11 or 12, and then I got woken up at like 3:30 that they were rallying our towers. And then I had to wake up at 7 again because I have morning meetings every morning at like 7 o'clock. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. So I just started the new job and stuff. So it's going to take a little bit for things to like level out, because I have to do like onboarding and just get settled in with the projects and stuff. So once things kind of like level out and I can like breathe, then then I'll be able to kind of have some time. But I don't want to like where my weekdays right now are so taken up. I have like weekends to hang out with like my little one and stuff. Like I'm squeezing in time to stream just because yeah, I've got a couple hours like after work and stuff, and we've got like events and shit going on like in the game, and the little one's like preoccupied eating dinner and watching her shows and stuff that she does while she eats anyways. So Yeah, Pompeii. Yeah, I just like I can't. Like I'll be able to play Pompeii moving forward and stuff. It's just that this week in general I couldn't because I have like during onboarding week I just have so many onboarding specific meetings I had to make it to, or mandatory meetings I had to make it to. Are they rallying? Oh no. Are they here yet? Hello? Oh no, that tower's done. So next one should be down soon. Wait, hey, I remember this guy. This person has an infantry? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, this person has an infantry rally. No. Is this them? This is them. But is this their... I don't know if that's their main set that they use. Hold on. Is that the main set they use? That is. No. Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, that's not too bad then. I recognize the profile pic right off the bat. Then they have the crypt. That's gonna hurt. So they have crypt. I've already played against them. Oh well. Seek out to you. I entrusted the account first time for, last night to one of my buddies in China. I think he lives in China. In China, Indonesia, the Philippines. I don't even remember where he lives now. Okay, they'll be here soon. Are they just like out of cement or something, or are they fighting or something? Nope. Alright, we'll go back to here and watch. Alright, against blue, yeah. Hey, it's us and Panda again. Pandas and Jade. Oh, dang. Okay, hold on a minute. They turned it around. Where we thought that Jade had it in the bag over here, they're actually getting pushed back. Wait a minute. Well, they actually don't have that many many people up here. That might just be a bad time for these guys. Because I don't see... Well, I don't know. Huh. Yeah, it must just be a time zone thing, really. It really is all about timing. What are the limits? Can't buy packs or whatnot? What you mean? Who got limits? Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, dude, he's already spent so much. Like I know how much, or well, I can give you an idea. So if you go to like Pacific Rim, you have to. I'm not anywhere near. I'm not going to. If you go, like I just do this like couple bucks thing here. Freaking, if you go to, where is it? Yeah, if you go here, you got to get down to here to unlock the knife head. You got to spend 815 times, which is like 800 bucks or whatever it is. Yeah, he already has knife head plus 6, I think. I think is what it is. Something ridiculous. I forgot I had more of these. I got to do this real quick. Oh, no, that was it. Rip. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Oh, they stopped. Beast research almost done, you would think. It's not actually almost done. Once you get to actually get to here at 4, you can get this to level 4, you can get this to level 4, but then in order to pass that, you have to get the rest of the tree completely done. So no, I'm not, because no, I don't have any of this filled out. This. So no, I'm not. I just had enough to get up to 4. That was all. I gotta do these real quick. Sorry, this is boring for you guys to watch. I just gotta do this before I forget. I always forget to do these, and then the next day pops up. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, the Alliance let me tap into the gold reserves, and I was able to get it up because I'm on the Garrison side of things. Plus, I was making videos for it, so they let me tap in. This was actually surprisingly cheap compared to the other things to get up to max. But then I don't because of what I found out with the synergies and stuff. This has been really successful to pair. Now I'm trying this to pair. We'll see. Good. How are you? Well, again, I started streaming because they were building towards us. Oh my god, dude, don't launch rallies. Please. Please. We're not even lining it up. Yeah, Gold Vault is awesome. See all my troops? What do you mean? Shit, I gotta heal, huh? I actually don't have that many in aid stations, surprisingly enough. Oh yeah, for sure. They've created a big gap between the floor and the ceiling in this game for sure, but if you spend, you can ramp up pretty quick. My total troops, I'm down quite a bit. I was at 7.5 last AR, but then I had 2 million troops in aid station. Last AR was painful. Now here we are against TPL again. Have I heard of Black Demons? Yeah, I've helped them. Yeah, I think there's more than a place for free-to-play players. I think that IGG bringing out the different tiers of events like Apex, freaking Elite, and what is the other one? Fearless was the best thing they could have done, because even though there's a large gap between the floor and the ceiling, it's not what it used to be. For those of us that have been around in the game long enough that, like, I spent a year taking our alliance power from 14 billion power to 6 billion power and still getting brought into G1 every single event, even though we had, again, cut from 14 billion power to 7 billion power. And me and Panda used to have a joke. It was because I did live streams and I made YouTube videos. There was a joke running around in G1 that it was because I did YouTube videos that they would put me, that IGG hated me and put me in G1 every single time. But then because they split up the brackets, now I can control to where the highest I can go is G6. I register with 4.7 billion power, and I have up to 6.6 billion power that I can recruit for. And so I can bring in players that aren't in my alliance, like Barris, who's in region 49. I can bring in players like Fuzzyhead, who's in 268. Buddy Serb, who's in 268. I can bring in, like, where are they at? These guys here who are visiting. Like, I can bring in up to 6.6 bill and never cross above G6. For the lower end players, yeah, absolutely. There's a way to control what bracket of the game that they get into, and as long as they are aware of that and have expectations of what realistic expectations of what it is that they want out of the game, then yeah, you can control what brackets you get put into. If you want to have an alliance where you are flooded with 250 gifts every single day and 4 tier 3 tier 4 glory chests every single day, then expect to play against whales and have your game experience diminished because you're going to play in Apex. But if you want to have more field presence, more of a presence actually like playing the game, then you need to tuck away the expectation of having those glory chests because you're going to go sit in an alliance that registers with 2 bill power and stuff. No, I wouldn't say that limits the amount of new players that actually get to play. I think that it just, all it does is it creates a threshold in which you need to get to in order to actually compete and play at the game. I think that the game has been around long enough to where there's a certain threshold you need to cross in order to get into these kinds of events. I think that if the game invested more money and had more servers and server capacities, in order to support having as many servers and as many active, I guess you would say like G's basically, at one time, like larger corporation and larger games like Rise of Kingdoms and stuff, then there's more room to be able to have more than 2,200, brackets or 2,200 alliances, whatever have you in there. But the game and IGG aren't as big as, companies and corporations that run Rise of Kingdoms and such. So they don't have that server capacity. And so, you play with the cards that you're dealt. And so right now there's only enough capacity in this game in order to run 2,200 alliances in these games without the game crashing. We're already experiencing issues with 2,200 alliances. People are already complaining about it. Anybody that's played in Apex or even Elite has experienced it. I'm sure other alliances and players have experienced the lag and issues that come up with the latency and stuff. And so, yeah, you wouldn't want to, like, what do you do at that point? Do you increase the server capacity anyways and further diminish the experience that all players are having just because you want the free-to-play players to be able to get into games that they're kind of under a threshold to be able to experience to the fullest anyways, and the pace of that game would be super slow anyways? Or basically exclude those players from playing the events and basically have their accounts get to a certain threshold in order to play those events? Most of those players need to hit a certain threshold before getting into those events anyways, right? The amount of time that it takes a player to go from tier 1 and starting out up to, like, say, tier 4, have, some armaments, have some research done, have an appropriate amount of troops trained, resources stashed, parts built out, all the rest of those things to actually, like, have your account fit to be able to go fight. Because it's one thing to actually, like, set up AR, Genesis War, and Island Raid and stuff, but if you just took a new player and threw them in, like, what, they have 100,000 troops, 200,000 troops? How fun is that? You know, they have like what, 10% gathering speed. They don't have the gathering speed to get enough resources to go into events, you know, every week, 3 weeks a month, you know. So there's a certain threshold that your account needs to get to in order to sustain this level of play anyways. And so if a player is going to spend in order to hit that threshold faster, then that promotes for them to go into one of these alliances that are already at that threshold, so they'll just join one of them. Captain BB? Oh yeah, I have Captain BB added on Discord as well. G10. Is that where he's at? Yeah, I have Captain BB on added on Discord. Yeah. Yeah, see? We're friends. Delete friend. Yeah, I know NFG. I have hoes in all area codes. I have a lot of 50 mil players and other alliances that are struggling to hit the 2200 cap. Okay, but there's also like, okay, that's on them, because what the assumption is what you're saying is that there is no churn rate to this game. Your assumption is based on the fact that the game has a 100% retention rate. Your assumption, hi guy, is that the game doesn't have any churn to it, that there's nobody quitting the game. You're saying that they are struggling to climb the ranks because nobody above in the 2200 ranks is quitting the game at a fast enough rate for them to climb. But plenty of people are quitting the game in those 2200 ranks. But odds are that those people that are losing players in those 2200 ranks are doing a better job of recruiting to replenish than it sounds like those players that are outside of that 2200 bracket. Either that or those alliances that are outside of the 2200 bracket aren't growing at a fast enough rate to sustain getting into there. If your alliance is outside of the 2200 bracket and you're struggling to get into it or sustain, if you're like on the cusp and you're struggling to sustain staying in the 2200 bracket, then you have more issues as an alliance than having to worry about getting into Archipelago raid. I think the game just being installable is open enough for everybody. Again, where you have like you have events every single week, 3 weeks a month, every single month, year, day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out. Doesn't matter what it is. These events are so consistent that whales are complaining on how consistent it is and how much resources it takes, how many teleports it takes, all the rest of these things. If those players are complaining about it, why would you want to funnel in a bunch of 1-bill teams and worry about that as being the issue? Those players need to worry about growing their accounts and investing those resources into growing their accounts rather than throwing it at weekly events every single week. If they have the opportunity to go in and register for an event and partake in it, and then they get kicked out of the 2200 bracket or whatever for a week or two, consider it a blessing, because at that point you can spend those resources and speed ups and stuff and grow your account, save your teleports for a few weeks, and then in a few weeks go in and do it again. Again, if your alliance is around 1 bill power, you probably have more things to worry about and more things to focus on than getting into Archipelago raid. The rewards in this place and the amount of points that you have to get to in order to unlock rewards at 120 mil points for measly rewards and measly like resources, it isn't anything compared to like the amount of like resources and speed ups and stuff you have to spend. And for players at a 1 bill or 1.5 bill alliance power, that's, you're hindering yourself. Still, that's the same, the argument is still valid. Like I'll take a look. Let's see. G94. $3.9. Yeah, like, dude, you make it sound like the alliances that are struggling to get in are a bunch of new players. It's not new players. It's just big players that are dropping ranks. This right here is the equivalent of 5 new players. 5 new players. It's not that it's new players struggling to climb up. It's just that what it is, it's the migration system problem. It has nothing to do with new players being locked out because of issues of their own. It's a migration system issue. When 121 mil player is able to take themselves and bring themselves into regions 500, 600 plus, then all you're doing is, yes, taking that threshold and inflating it. Because 150 mil player is the same value as 5 or 6 brand new or 30 mil players. That's where your inflation comes from. It's not new players that you're worried about. It's these players. And these players are typically old accounts. Yeah, 140. These are low non-spenders that are just taking their way because they can't compete in the upper brackets. 184. This is a newer account. This guy has no reason to be here. He's a bully. 184 spender. 180 spender. They should be moving up brackets. No reason to be out in the boonies. Oh yeah, for sure. Plenty of alliances take it off. Okay, here we go. Now we're 1 tower away from action. I don't know. I feel like the game is accessible to everybody. As new players, you still have access to Pompeii on a weekly basis. You still have access to what is it, like Bounty Ground, Water War, all the rest of those things. These types of events, I mean, like you think about it, right? Like you want these events to be opened up to like all players. But I think about other games like World of Warcraft. Like, you go into World of Warcraft, you can't queue up a battleground until you hit, like, what is it, like level 10 or whatever anyways. Then you can't queue up the next battleground until you hit level 20. Then the next battleground until you hit level 30. Like, there's different battleground maps and different game modes that you can do every 10 levels. You unlock the next one. You go into other games, like other MMOs or RPGs and stuff, MMORPGs, and many of them have the same exact setup that you unlock bigger and better battlefields and, like, game types and game modes and stuff as you progress and level up. The level progression and unlocking of different like game events and game types and stuff isn't like a new feature or like a new thing to, or unique thing to this game. Like, that's all over the gaming community. You should, like, if you were to just take something and just give it to somebody right off the bat, there is no incentive for you to progress your account. I'm incentivized as a player to grow my account if I know that on the other side of me growing my account is the fact that I have the ability to unlock these events. I'm not inclined to just jump into these events as a 10 mil player or just join an event as a 10 mil player if I know I'm going to get body bagged. Yo, what's up, Vito? How's it going? But I mean, there's also at the same time, there's plenty of players that do it. There's plenty of players that do it. Guarantee that if you were to go to like here, even though you got players that are brand spanking way up there, Yeah, you got plenty of players that are way down here. 8 mil, 7 mil, 10 mil. 0 kills, Jesus Christ. Has he 0 kills? Have you teleported onto the field yet, guys? Have you guys teleported into AR yet? Where's your kills? Hello? The event started. Y'all know that, right? Maybe this is their first event. This could be their first event. If someone is new in DLS and figure out which game to play, what would you recommend? Stay with DLS or move into World of Warcraft or other games? I mean, I don't know. Doomsday is like opposite to World of Warcraft. So I'm trying to make the connection. Because I'm just trying to think, like, I mean, like, Doomsday is like a mobile game. Like, World of Warcraft is like on your computer and stuff, right? Like, it's, and then one's an MMO, and then this game is just like, I don't even know what this is. I guess it's just whatever your niche is, like whatever you enjoy. Like, I play first-person shooter games. I play this. I play MMOs. I play RPGs. I play freaking strategy games. I play. What other games do I play? I play Arma. I've played Ark. I play Enlisted. I'm going down my list here. I play Marvel Rivals. I'm diamond in that. I play League with my buddies all the time. TFT, PoE, World of Warcraft. We've been playing Final Fantasy 14 recently again. I don't know why we picked that up again. I don't know. One of my favorite games ever is like The Division 2. We played Rainbow Six Siege. We used to play a lot of New World back when it was popping. We played BDO, Throne and Liberty. But then I'll even get down with like War Thunder and stuff. Like Warhammer 40k, Baldur's Gate. We'll play anything. Your RTS games. And Z when he trims down alliances, a certain number he gets. Yeah, it's not even that, like, so it's not that I trim down the alliance to a certain number. I've played this game since September of 2022? 8:57. September of 2022. I've been playing this game. And again, I've watched this game evolve and mold so much, change so many different times. They've changed matchmaking so many different times. The the migration system so many different times. Everything has changed about this game so many different times in the last 2.5 years. It's insane. But one thing that has been a nice change is that they have actually brought out, like, again, the Apex, the Elite, and the Fearless brackets. Because I've been an alliance leader for alliances that ranged from 2 bill up to 3 bill. Then we grew to 4 bill, 5, 6. We grew all the way up to 14 billion power, playing in G1 every single event. We did that for 6 months. Then we trimmed it all the way back down to 7 bill, trying to get out of G1. Again, this was before Apex was around. So, in G1, there was always Boon, H&B, ANCS, ROK, DHX, which is SSI now. There were all the big alliances were in G1 and G2, basically. G1, G2, G3 had all the big alliances. That was like the Apex before Apex actually as a bracket was a thing. And we were always stuck there no matter if we were G7 to G4, between 7 bill to 14 bill, we were always there. It didn't matter what we did. And it wasn't until they brought out the Apex, Elite, and Fearless brackets that I could actually sit here and go, okay, as long as we are not in the top 100 alliances, we will not be in Apex anymore. So what did we do? We just said, okay, as an alliance, who's a fighter? Who puts up 40 mil plus points every single event, always plays, or not always plays, but like who's always fighting, who always fills towers, you know, things like that. Now we register with 27 fighters every single event. I've got 27 fighters in the alliance. We register with 4.7 bill power. The bar in order to cross into Apex is on average about 6.5 bill. So that gives me about 2 bill power to cross into Apex. So we can have guests like Bears from Region 49. A couple of 200 mil players that I used to be in Region 7 with that have moved to 268 in Duff, Buddy Serve and Fuzzy Head, and other players, and they can all join because I have a 2 bill threshold in my alliance because I only register with fighters, and other people can join, and I don't cross the 6 bill threshold, but I know that IGG is going to push me up into as high of a bracket as I possibly can be, but that as high of a bracket as I can be is going to be G6 because I can't cross any higher than that in Elite. So I know where we're going to land every single time. So Elite is a lot more realistic for us than G1 because there's plenty of whales here like Choopy and Tatsu and Caesar and Northlight and Breaker and CG. And like Panda's group has Big Daddy, the Crypt. There's no shortage of whales here. We're right at home. There's plenty of whales, but instead of it being 40% of a team is whales, it's like 10% of the team, or like that kind of a thing. It's a lot more realistic. So yeah, we found our home. We found our niche. So many. What do you do for a living, bro? I am I guess an application support engineer. I'm a hybrid between an application support engineer, an application support analyst, a consultant. Yeah, like just kind of a mix between their system administrator, that kind of a thing. Yo, what's up, Sean, man? Yeah, buying visas. Yo, what up, my guy? How you doing, buddy? You're back. They're 1 tower away. We will be fighting soon. Where? Oh yeah, you know it. Trying to figure out what he's talking about. Well, we're about 10 minutes away, well 15 minutes away from a 1v2, so we'll be there soon. Shadow is kind of right. What are you talking about? Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what he's saying. Why didn't we build to one of the towers to reduce deaths? We did. We built into those towers. They rebuilt those close ones, and we to the 7. I don't know why I'm typing, because I can talk and I know you're in here. So I built this tower, Panda, not touching, so then we can get bases here. That gives a small space for Azure to touch. We're only touching the checkpoint with one tower. So this is the only one that they can rally. They can put a tower here. They can put a tower here, but it gives a small space for them to do so. We can rally into them either way. Gold's going to build on the flank here regardless. So I'm assuming what we're probably going to do is have ABZ rally into gold on the side. And then we'll rally into here. What we're probably going to do, because again, like, none of this was supposed to happen here. Like, we had already called for a tactical retreat earlier. I don't know if you were around earlier when we were making that call or not. But after we had pushed gold and we broke this tower, and like, because this used to be connected up here and they just reconnected it down here. They used to be pushed up to here. And when we broke it and we pushed up and we took all this, we had pretty much called for a tactical retreat so then gold wouldn't be demoralized. But then Azure started building up anyway, so we stayed. But because we called for the retreat, like, we were pretty much just going to go here and just wait to play it out in middle. So, like, I don't know how committed we are to taking this, but I feel like we're just going to take it anyways. Yeah. But I think that's part of it too, though, is that I don't know how much of the cement we want to pop, because even though we could push into them, I think that it's that, like, half of the team, like, actually wants to fight gold in middle tomorrow, or yeah, tomorrow. I think it is part of it. I think that it's like, it's the fact that we could, but like, there are some, like, a lot of people, when we brought up like the retreat part, is that a lot of people like really wanted to actually like play the rest of the week as well. I think it's also because a lot of people are like working during the week is also, like, if you read the chat, there's actually like a lot of people that are like still busy through the work days. And I think that that's part of what it is. Chasey ain't OP on Garrison anymore. Chase is still OP on Garrison. It's just that a lot of people have gotten smart on it. They realize that, oh, if you just tank rally, you can swarm it down. And it's also not that Chasey isn't OP. It's that, like, people just built Chasey wrong. They just saw Chasey doing high numbers against ranged garrisons, so they pumped her full of attack. Chasey has high skill damage reduction, but she doesn't have much damage reduction in terms of like flat defense. So if you just go through her skills here, so like talents, for example, right? You get 16% skill damage reduction here. You get another 15% here. That's 31% skill damage reduction, and another 6% here. You get 37% skill damage reduction just from talents alone. Then she also has skill damage reduction through all this, flat damage reduction from her her charm and stuff, and then 10% also here, right? Or sorry, 15% also here. So she has a lot of damage reduction coming already, but what she doesn't have is flat defense. So if you take her armament set, and I've already gone through this. I've done this with Armides from 59E. If you don't know who I'm talking about, he runs an insane Rider Garrison as well. What you want to do with Chasey is actually pump a crap ton of defense and block into Chasey, and that will actually like basically fix her weak point, which is getting swarmed and multi-rallied, because that's like her weak point. She's really strong against soaking up a bunch of skill damage because she has a bunch of skill damage reduction, but she just does not have a lot in terms of like flat defense. And even if you pair her with things like Victor for like a ton of HP, he just gives like more skill damage reduction and a ton of HP, but nothing in terms of like flat defense. So you're taking a lot of basic attack damage, you're still taking a lot of counter damage, that type of a thing. So you want to beef up the defense, you want to beef up your block, and then that'll help to take care of the weaknesses that she does have, which again is on multi-swarm, you're taking basic attack damage from 3 rallies. You're taking counter damage from 1, and with not having high defense stats on her or her pairs, you're still taking high damage from those factors. If you come down into Felix, it's the same exact thing. Reduces counter damage taken, he takes care of that, but same thing here, he's not offering any defense. So that basic attack damage that you're taking from all 3 rallies, you're not doing anything to actually mitigate that. So what you want to do is pump like a shit ton of defense hones into them. And then in your garage, if you can, pump the defense as well. Yep, they are doing that with a lot of marshals. President. I feel like we should just wait here. 0400 UTC cement AR hunt. Yep. We're about to be in a 1v2 though. So I think we just let Panda's team do their Wayne. And we do ours. Just waiting for these guys to drop the next tower, because then once they drop this tower, then they take checkpoint, and we end up in a 1v2. How much defense is needed for Chasey? The more the better, because again, like if you go through her skills here, no defense, no defense, no defense, no defense, no defense. People pair Chasey with Felix. No defense, no defense, no defense. No defense. No defense. People pair Chasey with Victor. No defense. No defense. No defense. No defense. No defense. So the more the better.
What are you planning to do to
Oh, what's up, Chucks?
that you've caught me?
That's why she gets ripped apart in swarms and multi-garrisons. As opposed to if you run something like on infantry, you run like Riven. She gets 32% defense from her rage skill, and then another 15% from this one. So that's 47% just from this one hero and 2 skills. Then you got people running like Raigoro Riven, and Raigoro isn't the best, but he still gives 15%. And then, where is it at? Reduces all damage taken by 5% as well. Like, and then obviously like the shield and stuff, she gives shields and whatnot. Like there's just so much. Like, the defense part just plays so much. Like, that's, like, what, 62% defense in just those 2 heroes? And that's 62% more defense you would have out of those 2 as opposed to, like, Chasey and the other one not having any defense at all. So, if you have a chance to get defense and block on Chasey, I would take it. Like, you have 400%. If you have this fully transcended, you have 400% basic attack damage. You're already going to get attack from your research. You're going to get attack from your... and obviously you're going to get defense from these as well, but you're going to get attack from research, you're going to get attack from your territory buffs, you're going to get attack from your parts, you're going to attack from your vehicles and your garage, your skins. You're going to get attack from a lot of places anyways. You're going to attack from your buffs and stuff. Like you're going to get attack from a lot of places. You're not going to have a shortage of attack. And you're getting attack from, I think Chasey, doesn't Chasey give attack? Yeah, she gives 36% attack. Felix gives attack. Victor gives attack. They're all giving attack anyways. You're not going to have a shortage of attack. So if you have a chance to get defense and block hones on her, do it. I wouldn't mix Thunder. I mean, like, Chasey Thunder, though. Like, if you're leading with Chasey, maybe. Like, you wouldn't want to lead with Thunder because he doesn't have the skills talent tree, so you lose out on a lot of rage regen. She has the garrison tree, so you don't get an advantage by using Thunder and lead. I don't know. Like, I've used... who was I using? I was using Raigoro Chasey, wasn't I? Or was I using Thunder Chasey? I can't remember. I think I was using Thunder Chasey. I was using Thunder Chasey or Raigoro Chasey. I was using one of them anyways. But the reason why I was using that had nothing to do with... I didn't do mixed garrison. I did all infantry. And I wasn't doing it for a mixed garrison. In fact, I was doing it for just straight up damage reduction because she gives a crap ton of skill damage reduction and then base... skill damage reduction and then basic attack damage reduction as well. And when you pair that with Thunder, he does 30% basic attack damage reduction also, and then reduces their attacks with his main skill. So it was just a ton of damage reduction, which is why I did it. But I wouldn't, I don't know if I would do multi-troop on that. I feel like you would just get ripped. My best garrison march? My best garrison has been Stella Riven. Stella Riven for sure. So far. I'm trying to think. I had some really good reports in here. Kind of getting messed up by Choopy. These guys are playing it smart. They just cancel every time counter rallies happen. But even on the deaths that they were taking, so like 168 to 61, so 100k advantage their way, and then 30k advantage our way, so 70k advantage their way, and then a 400k advantage our way, so 230k advantage finalized for us. So in every single one of these, we'd take an advantage, 280k advantage our way, and then that would close down by, so 170k advantage our way, and then 130, so 300k advantage our way, and then another 170 or whatever. So yeah, like everything just turned out in our advantage on Garrison. So we played it all day long. Choopy and this guy did a lot of damage, but even with Choopy, like if Choopy was tanking, if they had Choopy tanking, I messed him up. But then they figured it out that Choopy shouldn't be tanking, and then they started playing it smarter. But even when they did do that, yeah, we still came out extremely positive on our trades in terms of deaths. And then we attacked back into them, and then even on attack, trades were insanely good. So beast damage was coming out phenomenal as well. So we're doing good so far, but we're about to be in a 1v2, so we'll see what happens soon. Well, it looks like we're doing this again. Okay, well, we're actually doing this right. Like, we're milking them on checkpoint. The smart thing to do is as soon as we kill this, we need to evacuate this checkpoint altogether. We can't hold this. Let them have it. Kill them, take them off of it, let them have it.
Embrace your potential as I have.
Alright. I'll vanish if you don't keep an eye on I'll saw you in half. Rest in peace. Alright.
There are reasons why you would use Stella on Garrison. I can go over them, and well, actually, since the rallies are happening anyways, I'm not in them. I can show you. So the reason why Stella works on Garrison is a couple parts. You need to have her fully transcended, or at the very least have these 3 skills up. So you remove the rally requirement on HP, and so you get 30% HP here, and Riven also gives 30% HP, so you get 60% HP. So 60% HP is already insane out the gate. Right, like that's huge. And then when you get these transcended, what you end up doing is that you get you increase the chances for your counterattacks to generate war will stacks. And what ends up happening is that if you read this, right, counterattacks have a 50% chance to grant 1 war will stack to oneself up to 2 stacks per second. Now think of this in siege, right? If you're sieging a tower, you're attacking one target, right? The actual garrison itself. That's a 1-to-1, which means that you can't generate more than 1 stack of war will per second, because it's just one target that's actually attacking you with a basic attack, and you generating 1 counterattack per second. You have to be swarmed, or you have to be counter rallied, and be eating the counter rally in order to generate up to 2 stacks per second. You can flip that by putting her in garrison and taking multi rallies, where you're taking 3 rallies at once, and able to proc up to 2 stacks per second, because you're taking 3 basic attacks per second, and you have a chance to, because you're doing 3 counterattacks per second, proc up to 2 stacks per second then at that point, because you're doing 3 counterattacks a second. So you can stack her war will extremely fast because of this. So what ends up happening is that you have 3 rallies, right? Like, hopefully you can see my mouse here. You have 3 rallies hitting your tower at once, and you're focusing, say, the middle one, but all 3 of them have a chance of generating you war will stacks. And as you hit 10, you pump out final performance, which deals this 12,880 damage, but it deals it to the middle one. So all 3 of them are generating war will fast for you, and you're just pumping all that damage into the middle one quick. So that's why when you look at these reports, what ends up happening is that you just dump all that damage into that rally. Whatever rally you're hitting first, all of those war will stacks that you're generating extremely fast get dumped into that rally. Because I'm not a rider main. I transcended the bit I had for Chasey because I won those parts, because there was parts I wanted to test for Chasey, because I was getting a lot of questions when Chasey first came out and her weapon came out and stuff. So I got that just to answer questions. But as you can see, like, I have a 6 mil range set and a 7 mil infantry set, but then it drops down to 4 mil on rider. I'm not a rider player by any means at all, so I didn't chase that. And I had questions revolving these skills, not necessarily this one so much, so it wasn't specific as to why I didn't take this one per se, Chucks. It was more I had questions revolving around these skills, so I took those to check their behavior and like reports and stuff. And I was willing to do that because of the questions people had. That was basically it. Should I work on Stella or wait for the infantry hero on the field fight? I don't use Stella at all in field. I wouldn't recommend it at all. Stella is one of the worst heroes to use in field, even when she's fully transcended. Why? Because this right here, half of her skill is for rallying. So if rallying, counter damage is increased. So you don't get the second half of the skill unless you're rallying. This right here, counter attack. So 3/4 of her skill requires counter attacks in order to generate war will. So you will not generate war will unless you're being attacked. So in the field, unless she is targeted, you will not utilize 3/4 of her skill. This one here, you will get the HP, but you will not get the second half of the skill unless you're in a rally. The 4 skill right here, you don't get this unless war will stacks proc, which again, you will not get unless you're getting attacked. So this doesn't proc unless you're getting attacked as well. And then this portion down here, same thing. When war will stacks are cleared, 20% chance to immediately gain. So counter damage, you need to be getting attacked in order to benefit. And then same thing, you won't get this unless you're attacked. So really with her, in terms of being in the field, you will get 0 benefit of her in the field unless you're getting targeted and attacked all the time. So I don't use her in the field at all. Do you consider Victor Thunder or something else as shelter garrison if one has a good Victor? Thunder Victor is one of the best base garrisons you can use. The reason why Thunder, if you're an infantry player, leading with Thunder in front of Victor works so well is because Victor has this, where it increases the skill damage by 20%, so 13,750 plus 20%. And then on top of that, excuse me, burping here. On top of that, when you have Thunder, his Awaken skill is that increases damage for your nearby allies by 15% after he uses his skill. So if you're leading with this, he uses this Rage skill and then increases damage by 15%. This, he's already buffed by 20%, and then he takes that 15% bonus buff as well. That applies to this. What ends up happening is that Victor does a crap ton of skill damage, basically. So that's why Victor Thunder does extremely well on base garrison. So Thunder Victor is like one of the best for bases in terms of like infantry. If you're not going to do that, if you're not at risk of, well, I'm sorry, if you have like good armaments, for example, and you have like high defense, high attack, just basically if you have good armaments and such, and can sustain, Riven Victor is extremely good also. I would assume that Stella and Victor would also do well. I've seen Bodala and Stella do, or I'm sorry, Bodala and Victor do well. Yeah, there's a lot of pairs that you can do with Victor as infantry. Could you be the best rally to succeed against a garrison like yours with Stella Riven, please? I have no idea. The best thing to beat a Stella Riven is a multi-rally. That's pretty much it. I mean, Chupi is strong as hell. This guy is strong as hell. Like, the best thing that you could do to beat a Stella Riven is just multi-rallies. What's up, Bees? How's it going? Thunder Victor on tower? You can. If that's the best you got, yeah. Thunder Victor's good. Thunder Riven is good. Regular Riven is good, obviously. Stella Riven is good if you have Stella completely awakened. Then I won't get Victor's talent trees. I have 4.3 mil Victor. Oh, okay. If you don't have, I'm sorry. If you're leading with Victor, I don't think, or I wouldn't necessarily say to lead with Thunder. The reason why Thunder Victor works well is because of that synergy there. If you're gonna lead with Victor, I would go Victor Riven, or at that point, the reason why Thunder Victor is a good pair is because of that awakened ability, basically. If you're going to lead with Victor, Victor Riven does well. Victor Chases do really well. Again, I'm assuming that Victor Stellas could do well. I do know that Victor Jacobs do well. I've seen that a lot in Apex also. Victor Louis do well. Trying to think of like what other pairs I've seen. There's a very limited amount of Victor players, Victor leads that like you usually have to like see some like upper whales. Yeah, you could now you could run a Victor Marco. Marco is actually fairly impressive on Garrison, especially like single target Garrison. Multi-rally Garrison, don't put a Marco in Garrison, but on single target Garrison, Marco actually does surprisingly well because this 47% HP cut, like you're going to kill them extremely fast on the rallies, and Victor does an insane amount of damage. If you have a Marco, Victor Marco might surprise you. I had Thunder, I put everything on Victor Bianca. So Garrison mostly field. Victor Bianca, I wouldn't really use Bianca on Garrison personally. You know, if you want to talk to someone about it, you can talk to Shadow Tech, because Shadow Tech in our alliance, you were saying you have a 4.3. I've been playing with Shadow Tech since Region 23. He quit for almost a year, came back, and he's been just shoveling into the game. His Victor's almost 5 mil now, and I've been working with him a lot on his set. And he has really good hones on his, actually. Like, it's all Garrison and all squad pretty much. And then he's focusing mostly on infantry. Like, he puts pretty much all infantry troops in. So it's all Garrison, infantry, and squad on his stuff. So he's honed out really, really, really well on his stuff. So you can also talk to Shadow Tech. So if you look up our alliance, FIB, we're in G6, and you message him, he can give you a lot of pairs. He's also an infantry main player that has who leads with a Victor leader armament set. So I can give you pairs based on like theatrics and like numbers and stuff, but he actually has he experiences it all the time because he leads with that, and he garrisons for us as well, like on flank towers and stuff. So that's definitely a resource to use if you want to. Oh, dang. We are hurting them. 500k advantage. Yeah, no problem. He's extremely smart. I bounce a lot of questions off him all the time when I'm doing like theory crafting for a lot of my stuff. He's extremely smart. He's kind of like my yin and yang. We started in the same region together. We've been playing together for a long time, and he helps me a lot with a lot of my beast stuff and stuff that I do for my videos and whatnot. So nice to meet you as well. No new questions. All questions are welcome. Is lethality and blocking worth it on equipment for field battles? Should I hone those attributes? Absolutely. So let me give you my take on lethality and block. All right. My take on lethality and block versus attack and defense, because I'm assuming if you were to give out the rest of your question basically, or if you were to put in the rest of that question or read between the lines, basically what your question is really asking is it lethality and block or attack and defense more worth it? Am I correct? And if that's the case, yes, lethality and block is absolutely worth it. Now, let me tell you why. And actually, I'll just show you exactly. If you were to go into your base and click this buffs button here, and just click on this, you would see infantry squad attack. I'm getting attack from buildings, Fed title, battle fever, technology, which is your research, commander equipment, it's alliance technology, which is like research, skins, vehicle devices, which is your garage, VIP privilege, survivor, settlements, etc., right? That doesn't include the armaments that you have on your heroes. That doesn't include the heroes that you're using and the skills that they have, the talents that they have. Things like that, right? And now that we've seen it, we have beasts that come out. There's always something new that comes out to the game, right? Attack, defense, those are base qualities of the game. And when armaments came out, they brought out attack to it, they brought out attack, or a part of it was squad attack. They brought out vehicles, that impacts your squad attack. They brought out beasts, that didn't. So 2 out of the 3 recent things that they brought out that impact your marches did impact attack and defense, right? So you have to think of it as like supply and demand, right? Where the more and more you have of something, the less impactful it's going to be, right? Because diminishing returns exists. So if I have lethality and block on my armaments, and that's a unique stat, and it's a multiplier of my damage, which attack and defense increases my base damage, lethality and block multiplies my damage, then to me, lethality and block is very much worth it, because I can't get lethality and block from research, from garage, from beast, from anything else, but I can get lethality and block from armaments. I can't get lethality and block from skins or anything like that at all. But if IGG decides to bring out a new feature tomorrow, something like armaments or something like garage, there's a good chance it's going to increase my attack or defense. It may or not, it may, but there's a good chance that it will, but there's a very good chance it won't increase my lethality and block. So I would want to get as much lethality and block out of armaments as I can, which is why if you go to my armament set, I actually have 1200 block that comes from this. Right? Because I'm playing Garrison, so I want as much defense and damage reduction as possible. So I milked as much block as I could out of this, because I'm already getting, again, defense from research, defense from, from my garage, defense from all these other things. And if they bring out new features that I can get more defense from, great. I'm going to get it from there, but I have as much defense as possible from that as well. So that's my approach to it, is that if you have an opportunity to get a unique multiplier or a unique stat that multiplies your damage, it's its own entity pretty much, and it's its own variable in the equation basically of how much damage you do or how much damage you take, why not? Yeah, absolutely. No, happy to answer it, of course. It's a very valid question. It gets asked all the time. Very valid question. Riven or Thunder is an infantry lead. Who would be a good support for? Then I'm trying to learn. For support to Victor, I would take Riven for sure. Like with Victor, he already has high HP. So with Victor, you're getting 37% HP and high attack. Riven, same thing. You're going to get another 30% HP from her. And then you're going to get a high amount of attack, and then on Garrison you're also going to get 47%. Yeah, 47% defense as well. And then you're going to get the shield. When the shields pop, you're going to get counter damage. All the rest of these things, with Victor, what it is just he's very tanky and he does a lot of damage. Like, Riven is the exact same thing. She's going to deal a lot of damage, and she has a lot of survivability. So I would just synergize those two, and that's what I would go for. AKA the professor. I appreciate it. Can you please show the talent tree of Miyamoto and Eddie, please? Yeah, I can. That's no problem. So Miyamoto, just to let you know, Miyamoto, Eddie, Adut, Marco, they're all going to be pretty much the same tree because they're all infantry general skills. So I pretty much run the same exact thing. This is just if I'm rallying with them in lead. But I would say this is pretty much the talent tree I use. Don't worry about this. For those that are interested, that are new to the stream, that don't know why I take this, the reason why I take 1 point in speed cut and take 1 point out of, like, you can take, like, or you can put the 1 point here for a little bit more attack, or here for the same thing, a little bit more attack, whatever you want. The reason why I put 1 point here is that if you have superb armaments, specifically the pants, increases basic attack damage dealt to enemy squads with debuffs by 15%. Technically speaking, when you decrease the enemy's travel speed, you have debuffed them. So by putting 1 talent point in there, it doesn't matter whether you slow them by 5% or slow them by 50%. It doesn't matter. Putting 1 point in that, you have a 10% chance to debuff them for 2 seconds. So for 2 seconds, I'm going to deal more basic attack damage because I debuffed them. So that's what that 1 talent point is. So you don't have to put that talent point there if you don't have the superb rare home, basically. You can put that somewhere else. But yeah, basically I just fill out the skill tree. I don't need this because infantry doesn't really deal much in terms of skill damage anyways, because they don't really have high base attack. And you're not like ranged or something like that. So you don't really need that. You don't need to take more damage. And then yeah, just take those, and then you can take that 1 point. You can get bonus attack here, you can get bonus attack there, or a little bit of move speed if you want. Doesn't really matter. Or you can put it up here and get 0.5% of each. But that's pretty much what you would do on a Dut, Miyamoto, Badala, or Marco. Not with Victor only in general. I would still take Riven. Because Thunder is getting outclassed. Because again, like with Riven, you compare Riven with Rigoro and have a very still up to meta and still up to par Garrison combo. You can pair Riven with Victor in your case, still have a very on par and very meta Garrison combo. If you're in the field, you can pair Bodala and Riven and have a very good field march because she's going to increase his shield by 30%, which increases his damage output, which increases his survivability. She's going to bring 1 and 2 shields, which makes it to where every time that he has a shield, it reduces damage taken. So they have 1, 2, 3 shields. So he's constantly going to be taking less damage. And for her, every time that there's a shield, counter damage is increased. So he's going to just, it's a good synergy between the two of them. If you pair her with Eddie, every time a shield disappears, reduces the HP of enemy squads nearby by 20%. He has 1 shield, she has 2. So you have 3 opportunities with that pair to reduce enemy HP nearby if you use them in the field. So you just have a lot more flexibility with Riven at that point. My rage generation Miyamoto is slow compared to others during field fights. Really, it comes from the skills talent tree. And honestly, a lot of it just boils down to luck because the skills talent tree is things like a 10% chance. There's nothing you can really do about that. You're either proccing it or you're not. And then if you are proccing that after you proc it and you get the bonus rage and you use a skill, that means that you're proccing this because you get it after using a skill. So it really just boils down to luck with the skills talent tree. There's nothing else to it. There's nothing in the Miyamoto tree that generates more rage. Nothing in the Adut tree, nothing like that at all. It just simply comes down to the luck of the trade or the luck of the draw when it comes to that 10% in the skills tree. Last question. Lead with the Dut or Miyamoto in field fights? Doesn't really matter. There are people that will say that they have better trades with the Dut as opposed to leading with Miyamoto. It's hard to say why that is because there isn't a specific skill, active skill or passive skill that says like why that should happen. But a lot of people claim that they get better trades when they lead with a Dut. They have the same exact talent tree, so you're not going to shoot yourself in the foot by leading with one or the other. But again, just with my hands in the air and been streaming for as long as I have and playing this game as long as I have heard many acclaims that people say that leading with a Dut, you get better trades than leading with Miyamoto. Now, I will say one thing. There is one thing that I will point out. in the skills talent tree, right here, skillful firepower increases skill damage by 7.5% for 6 seconds after using a skill. Now, what that means is that if you take that skill and you put a dut in lead, if you lead with a dut and she uses her skill, she's going to proc this, which then means that you're going to deal increased skill damage by 7.5% for 6 seconds, which means that when Miyamoto goes to use his AoE skill, he's going to deal 7.5% more skill damage. So that is one benefit that you will have by leading with a dut, is that you will have more AoE damage because of that talent. So that's the one thing to me that stands out, to me personally. The only thing that I can think of as to why you might trade better is that if you lead with a dut, you will proc skillful firepower and dealing more skill damage after she uses her skill, which means that when Miyamoto uses his AoE skill afterwards, it'll deal a bit more damage. So that's the one thing in my mind. I might be missing something. Again, I might be missing something, but in my mind, that's the only thing that I can think of. If you guys can think of something else, please point it out. Can you rally with Bodala Riven or Bodala Adut if your Stella isn't transcended? You can rally with Bodala anybody. Bodala is amazing on rallies. Bodala Riven, yes, I've done that plenty of times. I actually tested that pretty early on, before my Stella was completely transcended, and it does work very, very well. That was before they made it to where he dealt true damage, or like he dealt a guaranteed amount of damage. Because for one, from a tanking perspective, it made him even more tanky because his shield got 30% stronger. But then because he dealt guaranteed damage, in a lot of cases, now he's dealing even more damage when this shield expires and stuff. Yes, you miss out on 32% of defense, and you miss out on 47% defense or whatever have you. Sure, that's fine. But really, you're not too worried about that. There's a lot of offensive damage that happens. And then while the shield is active, counter damage is increased by 27%. Because they have so many shields active as well, it's hard to swarm that pair also on rallies.
I will embark on the path of redemption.
Yeah, no worries at all. I thought about that for a long time because I used to lead with Miyamoto a lot as well. And I was like, what? Like, people keep saying that they get better trades. And in my mind, when people kept saying better trades, I automatically went to, like, they were taking less damage and not, like, they were dealing more damage. Like, I would look at the numbers and being like, oh, yeah, like, the numbers are better with a dut. But I was looking at it like, why are they taking less damage? When realistically, it was like they were just dealing more damage. And then I was like, oh, I think it's because Miyamoto is just dealing more. Yeah, and then if you look too, her skill damage deals 12,000 and his skill damage deals 13,000. Yeah, that was the other thing I noticed. Sorry. I was like, I thought there was one other piece to it other than the AoE. Yeah, so 7.5% increase on 12,000 is less than 7.5% increase on 13,000. So technically you also get more of a bonus as well, other than just that AoE factor. So like in a one-on-one, you're getting more of a benefit too. Yeah, no worries at all. Good luck. Happy to help. I saw Eddie Riven counter rally on Felix rally, and it looked very good considering it was on Alliance territory. Yeah, there's lots of reasons why that happened, right? So for one, it's dealing good amounts of damage. Two, it's on Alliance territory, and three, the first part I talked about, right? One shield, two shields, three shields, and every single time one of those shields pops, it's reducing the HP of that rally along with nearby squads as well. So whether it be the other rallies, so like let's say the tower is taking 3, so here's the tower, here's the tower here, right? And let's say it's taking 3 rallies here, like 1, 2, 3 rallies, and it's counter rallying here. So here's their rally, here's your counter rally, but then there's another rally here. It's reducing the HP of the nearby rallies also. So it's every time one of those shields pops, and it has 3 shields. So you're doing passive assistance for the rest of your team by having that pair also, outside of just the damage that you see, which is always great. Are they building another tower? No, not yet. They must have ran out of cement. Are we just slamming these guys? Cat and BB. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, it's solid. It's the same reason why you would run like an Eddie Bodala, right? It's one less shield, but same, or a Bodala Eddie. You'd lead with Bodala because he has a skills talent tree, so you can proc the shields faster. You have one less shield than a Bodala, or I'm sorry, than an Eddie Riven, but you're proccing shields potentially more often because of the skills talent tree, and it's a bit more tankier because of how tanky Bodala's shield is, but it's the same principle. Recommend awakening Eddie or Bodala field mainly. Probably Bodala at this point. Eddie is really, really good. I would say Eddie is equally viable to awakening Bodala. They're both very strong in their own sense, and they both bring a lot of utility to infantry players and such. You wouldn't go wrong awakening either one of them. The one thing that I will say is that Eddie is not a roulette hero where Bodala is, so it may be far easier to get more fragments for Bodala than it is to get fragments for Eddie. So that's one thing to keep in mind. If that's not an issue, then again, you really wouldn't. I could argue with anybody as to why you might pick one or the other. Don't forget the equipments and parts, armaments and beasts count. Oh yeah, it's always going to play a factor for sure, but you can't argue when synergy is a real thing. Like, mechanics are mechanics, end of the day. A wallet is always going to be a wallet, right? Pay to win is always going to be pay to win, but playing smart is always going to be a factor as well. You can have a deep wallet and play smart, and you can have a deep wallet and play dumb. Both of those things are true statements. I think that, like, no matter how much you spend, there's always going to be a optimized way to play. I think that at each spend level, there's more of an optimized way to play. Like, you might focus on certain heroes at each spend level or whatever have you. Rigoro Riven isn't viable in Apex anymore. No, not really. The shield just isn't healthy enough. There's so much damage output coming out of armaments, especially vehicles, because of the high firepower beasts now and stuff. There's just so much damage output that's coming out of the added game features that the Rigoro shield just gets chomped up. What used to, like, Rigoro shield used to have enough HP to sustain multi-rally garrisons, and then especially when Riven entered the picture and increased that by 30%, but damage numbers in terms of damage output have gone up more than 30% because of firepower and the rest of those things. So even with Riven, you can just out damage his shield basically. Big wallet and dumb. Does anyone specific come to mind? No comment. I'm not looking to. Yeah, no comment. Bodala Miyamoto in field, Bodala Dut, or Bodala anybody. You can't go wrong. You're not using Bodala for damage output. You're using Bodala for sustain. You would use Bodala Marco because you want people to swarm your march and reduce their HP, but you want the march to last forever. You would use Bodala and Bianca because you want to buff the rest of your marches with Bianca, but you want Bianca to survive. You would use Bodala and Miyamoto because Miyamoto does AoE and you want Miyamoto to survive. You would want Bodala to pair with a Dut because a Dut buffs your marches with her awakened skill, and you want Adept to survive. You would buff or pair Bodala with Eddie because you want to get his awakened skill to proc as much as possible. The skills talent tree from Bodala makes the Eddie rage skill proc faster and stuff. So you would take advantage of the skills talent tree from Bodala, and they both have really good counter damage together. So again, like, Bodala is just there to mostly sustain anybody he pairs with. You're not using him really for any other reason than that. And so honestly, you can pair him with anybody, and that's really what you're looking for. So Bodala, anybody. Long shot, but is Victor also competitive in field? Not necessarily. So much of his stuff is Garrison specific. Garrison, 2 types of troops. One's taking skill damage. Like, even if you just take the squad containing 2 troop types, which you're not really gonna do, reduces skill damage taken. Like, that requires you getting focused. You don't want to get focused. Like, this is the one skill that does work, and then this one you could, but then if garrisoning, it increases the damage. So same thing, half of it, you're not able to use. Like, I still think that you can use any hero you want in the field. It's just, is it the best to use? No. Are there better options? Yes. If you have a leader armament set, you're better off putting that leader armament on, say, like a Bianca, and just making her survive a long time, and then putting like a Bodala behind her to make her tanky, or put a Marco behind her to make it to where you want people to target Bianca, because people are going to target your buff march. Make her survivable because she has armaments. And then because she has a Marco with her, she's going to reduce the HP of nearby enemies constantly, because they're targeting your buff march with Bianca. But because she has armaments on, she's going to be very tanky. And then you can use the rest of your marches to take advantage of that. Bodala also deals very nice damage when the shield drops, right? Yeah, it can. But if he's getting targeted, it chews through the shield quite a bit. So it can reduce it by quite a bit also. So it's I would say it's not to say that he doesn't deal good damage. I would just say that it's inconsistent compared to other marches, because other marches can get hit and their damage isn't nearly as effective. Other marches, their damage is impacted based on their squad size. For him, it's impacted by squad size and his shield health remaining. So he's just kind of like double punished basically by getting targeted. So it's like less consistent of like his damage output is what I'm getting at. They're still not building. I'll guarantee they're just going to wait till I'm going to sleep again before they build again. That means I got to go to bed soon, because they're gonna build into us again, and like when it's like 3 a.m. here. It means I got to go to bed soon, because I can expect to get calls at 3 a.m. again tonight, just like last night. We're getting built into. Yeah. Yeah, if you have a leader set, that's probably what I would do. I would put it on Bianca. If you have Bianca. Yeah, I'm probably going to. I was streaming because they were building up here, and they actually were fast building. Because when I started streaming, they were down here, and they started fast building, and so I thought we were just going to get straight into war. But what I also do know is that Crypt goes to bed around 4 to 5 UTC. So he may have already logged off for the night, because I think he lives in the States as well. So we may not have fights until tomorrow. I am working tomorrow, but I should stream around the same time. We'll keep going for a little bit though. We'll call it like 10 more minutes. Yeah. No. You have a huge advantage as if you have a leader garrison set, you're at a huge advantage compared to other players, right? And that's why my buddy Shadowtech, him coming back, like 9 months or 10 months after the rest of us. So what's it called? Like armaments came out. They came out for about 3 weeks or 4 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks, and then he quit the game, and then he came back like 10 months later. And if you were around during that time, you'll remember that it was extremely hard to get leader armaments for the first long bit of armaments. And it wasn't until I think it was like 5 or 6 months in that they put out that update and they're like, oh, we made it a lot easier to get leader armaments now. Now you can select them or whatever it is, right? They didn't do that until way far in. And so when he came back, it was much easier to get leader armaments as is. And so he just straight off started going for that. And so he was at a huge advantage by doing that because, like you said, you're absolutely correct. It doesn't matter if an infantry garrison leader comes out, if Chasey comes out, if Ethan comes out. Doesn't matter who it is. He can pick any garrison hero he wants and put it behind Victor, and it'll do equally as well. Whereas I'm stuck behind the infantry side of things. Yeah, I'm stuck behind infantry. I'm very limited in terms of like what I can get or use, which is why I'm saving up my fragments now, is because I don't I want Ethan. I garrison with range from time to time on secondary towers and stuff, but we haven't had an infantry hero come out that has the garrison talent tree since Thunder, if just in case anybody was curious. We've had, since he came out, we've had Marco, we've had Miyamoto, we've had, I don't remember if it was one of them, but Marco, Miyamoto, Riven, Eddie, Robert, Stella. We've had all these people, and none of them have the garrison talent tree. The last infantry hero we got with the garrison talent tree is Thunder. So I am in high hopes that the next infantry hero that we get has the garrison tree. Part 2. We are the only troop that does not have the garrison talent tree with the skills talent tree as well. Ryder was the first one to have it when they had Louis. Louis, when he came out, had garrison, ranged, and skills. Then when Chasey came out, Chasey had Ryder, garrison, and skills. Now when Ethan came out, Ethan has ranged, garrison, and skills. Infantry does not have that. So I'm hoping that they bring out an infantry garrison skills hero next. And if that's the case, I want to have enough fragments to be able to get them and awaken them and transcend them, whatever, right off the rip. Hell yeah. No, you can't go wrong getting Victor and building a leader garrison set, because you will be very set and very, yeah, you'll be in the right place. But if you, in order to do it right, because you can build a leader garrison set and build it wrong. In order to build it properly and be effective, the most effective, I should say, what you need to do is what we led Shadow to do, which he already knew to do anyways, because he's smart. You need to get squad and garrison everything. Now, prior to him coming back, he was an infantry main player. His account itself was infantry focused. He had already had gold parts. He was leaning towards red and stuff. So he had the most troops for that anyways. So he's infantry leaning anyways. So he does have quite a bit of infantry stats. But if you want a perfect leader set, all of your hones need to be garrison or squad specific. That way it doesn't matter whether it's a rider, a ranged, an infantry, doesn't matter what type of troop it is that puts itself into your tower or into your garrison, whatever, they're going to get the attack, they're going to get the defense, they're going to get the, you can't hone the HP, but you're going to get the attack, you're going to get the defense, the lethality, the block, the counter damage, the attack, the skill damage, the basic attack, all those things. That's the perfect leader garrison set, is anything squad and garrison related. Stay away from the troop specific stuff. If you can do that, congratulations, you have won the garrison game. Anybody can throw any troop they want into your tower. Doesn't even matter if it's vehicles, they will get the buffs. You can just pitch a tent, throw up your picnic chair, lean back, and enjoy yourself, while the rest of us infantry players have to sit here and go, back, and kick out all the players that see a sign above a tower in all caps that says infantry only, while players nonstop spam riders into the tower or range into the tower, and I have to kick them out nonstop. You can sit there with your feet propped up and a cigarette in your mouth, enjoying yourself, while I'm sweating and crumbling at the knees trying to kick these guys out. Would I ever consider to invest in Victor if, let's say, the next hero isn't a garrison defense? No. I wish. If it was up to me and I could do it all over again, I would. But no, I can't. Because my garrison set is all done for infantry. All done. I don't have it in me to do this all over again for leader. Nope. Not doing this all over again. I am an infantry player, and that is what it is. It is what it is. But it does well. Tank rally does well. I can't complain. Like, even though I can't support all troops, I can support both roles. I made it to where all of my hones aren't garrison specific. I only have 2 garrison counter damage hones. I made everything infantry and squad specific. Infantry attack defense and squad lethality block and squad attacker defense. That way it doesn't matter whether I'm on field, whether I'm on rally, or whether I'm on garrison. This garrison set, all the hones will work in all 3 roles. So that way if I'm on garrison, all my hones are working. If I need to set a rally to be the tank rally for all 3 rallies, they're all working. If I go into the field, they're all working. So that allows me to go into garrison and take trades like this against Choopy on garrison, and then turn around and when we go on offense, take trades like this on rallies. So even though, yes, I can't support all troops, I honed it in a way to where I can support all roles. Is the flip opposite of what is what I did to compensate for it, basically. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, nope. You're absolutely right. We're coming up on that time. It's 8:58. I think these guys are getting ready to be for UTC. Only place I get worried about is so many spenders built so strong ranged. Building only infantry started to sound less appealing. Only place I get worried about is so many spenders built such strong ranged. Building only infantry started to sound less appealing. Yeah, it's a meta shift. Do you know why that happened? The reason why that happened is 2-parted. One, it was when Julia came out. I thought to go with Chasey, but she is so expensive. It was multi-parted because for a long time Thunder dominated the game. When Thunder came out, nobody could break a Thunder garrison. Thunder was meta. You could not break a Thunder garrison. It was Thunder and Louis. Thunder Louis was the best garrison that you could have. You couldn't break it. It was extremely strong. If you wanted to get even tankier, you ran Thunder Tom. You could not break it at all. Like, it didn't matter what you did, and it dominated the game. It dominated in Apex, whatever, right? Well, what they ended up doing was they brought out Julia. Julia ended up silencing him, silencing his heal, and cutting into him. Then they brought out Bard, or they brought Bard alongside that. And that brought out, oh look, 54% additional skill damage. Everybody saw 54% skill damage as a bonus. Nobody had ever seen this high of a stat bonus before in their life. Prior to this, again, we had seen, we were used to like Louis and stuff. The most we had ever seen was 30% skill damage. Now all of a sudden we went from 30% to 54%. That's almost doubling it. So of course everybody went, oh my god, I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm going to build a ranged hero. I am now all of a sudden overnight going to be a ranged rally main. That is why everybody built ranged heroes. Then when Chasey came out, everybody saw this and went, oh my god, 330% basic attack, 35% more basic attack. Her weapon over here, even more, like 400% basic attack. That's crazy. I'm going to be a rider garrison main, right? So now all these people are now pumping into rider garrisons. So I get what you mean, but all it is, it's a healthy meta shift to the game. You can't just sit in a game where infantry dominates the game the whole time. Infantry dominated with Thunder for months on end. Then it became range dominated the game for months on end with Julia and Bard. Then it became Chasey got introduced to the picture to counter the Julias and the Bards, and Chasey dominated for a long time. Then Stella's came into the picture, and Stella Rivens and such, and they started to dominate as well, and have been dominating. Now we've got Ethan and Sophie entering the picture. They're dominating the game, and it's just this healthy shift of the meta that makes it to where one troop type doesn't stay in control of the whole meta for a long period of time. Still viable. I mean, your Julias, your Bards, your Chaseys, your Stellas, like, they're all still viable in their equal sense. It's just that one troop type is going to outshine for a period of time. That's why, like, if you go to like games like World of Warcraft and those types of games, for example, in the different seasons, there are certain classes that shine. You might have monks or druids or one of these classes that just do best in one season. Then in the next season, different classes do better. It's just the same thing here. Different troop types are going to do better for a certain period of time, and it's going to rotate as different heroes come out. Soon or eventually, it's going to go back to infantry garrisons, right? Like right now, your Stellas and stuff were the infantry rallies. Unintentionally, I think, infantry garrisons with Stella and Ribbons. But I think that they're going to bring out an Ethan level and Stella level garrison for infantry that will enter the picture, and it'll bring back that Thunder feeling for us infantry players that'll hold up and stick around for a while as well, and carry us through the next ranged and rider heroes that come out and such until the next release that we have. So yeah, anyways, that's my oh, here we go. There's the tower. Shit. They're not exactly filling it though. They might slow build it because I don't see crypt. I wonder if crypt is like way back here. Hold, please. Where is he? Did he go back to region? I'm assuming he's around like a resource plot or something, right? Did I just miss him? Everybody's names or all these tags just throw me off. $517. Check and see if he's back in region in a sec. I don't see him here. I probably missed him, honestly. Unless he's up here for like zombies. He may be up here for zombies. Yeah, there he is. Oh yeah, he's active. He's just going for zombies. There's our allies though. Okay. Yo, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, I don't know when. Well, I mean, it's got 36 minutes. Moving up. Maybe we do go to war. I'm gonna grab my water real quick. Be right back. Okay. Okay. No casualties. I wonder if White's. Oh, there he is. UTC 11. Okay. Trying to figure stuff out. Sorry, guys. Just getting ready for a 1v2. Nah, don't worry about redoing your stuff, honestly, Prime. Prime, can you send me a message in game real quick and send me your armament set? G6 up here, top left corner, right here on the border of crimson and gold, right here specifically. Can you send me a message and send me your armament set? I'll help you. I'll tell you what you should work on first. But I'll guarantee you, it's not going to be as painful as you think it is. I promise. There's like a very easy way to go about it. You can keep the infantry homes, and like especially if it's like mostly infantry troops filling up your garrison as is already. No need to get rid of them, especially right off the rip. What time is 7? Or 2. Okay, so you're saying, like, okay, you're talking about, like, you need to remove your infantry ones. Garrison, that's good. Squad, yeah, like, you already have a shit ton in squad anyways. All these are squad also. Like, yeah, you really don't have much you have to worry about here. You do have, like, these infantry ones. Okay, so what I would tell you to do, if I was you, let me ask you this, Prime. Is it mostly infantry troops that are filling your garrison anyways? Or is it garrison, like, is it 100% infantry troops filling your garrison? Let me correct that. Is it 100% infantry troops filling your garrison? 100% of the time? Is there a delay on this? Let me refresh this. One second, guys. Tuku, Yo Mama, Coronet, Emmy. Just want to make sure I don't have anybody that's... Hey, Prime. When you hear me say this and call out your name, type in chat. Just say yes or something like that so I can tell what the delay time is between me saying your name and how long it takes for you to hear it or respond. Okay, so let's go back to this. With your garrison, right? This is your garrison set. I see that you have a lot of infantry homes, right? When you are in garrison, do you put 100% infantry troops in your tower or whatever you're garrisoning, or do you mix troops? Like, are you shoveling infantry and ranged, or is it always 100% of the time infantry troops going in? Okay, what you need to do to make this extremely, like, far cheaper on yourself, right, and make this far less painful, make it 100%. 100% infantry, 100% of the time. The buff that you're going to get is minuscule. The buff that you're getting, the 20% attack, is it's marginal, right? Like, you're not going to see a 20% attack buff difference. Like, you get 10% attack just from putting on this toggleable buff. That's half of it, right? You get another 15% just from, like, toggling the alliance skill buff. You having 20% attack isn't going to be the night and day difference of you winning a war or not, all right? Let's throw that out the window, because if you do it this way, it's going to make it far easier on you and far less painful to change your hones, is what I'm getting at. What I would do is make it to where it's 100% infantry in your tower 100% of the time. Then what I would do is that allows you to keep all these gold infantry hones that you have, and then start with the purple hones, okay? These are purple garrison counter damage, get purple garrison counter damage, purple squad block. Yes, those are ideally what you want, right? But what that means is that you can re-roll those, and if you get a gold infantry squad block or a gold infantry attack or a gold infantry defense or whatever, and it's better, fine, take it, because it's still going to benefit it for you. Take those and do the threshold approach, to where you're going to take those and you're going to start with your lowest values and work your way up. So you're going to start with the purples, get those to gold, take infantry, take garrison, take squad, preferably, right? Take garrison or squad. That's what you're aiming for. But if you get infantry, that's totally fine. And then what you're going to do is you're going to work your way around, and you're going to take your lowest honed values and you're going to raise them up, right? And so you're going to start with the purples. Then after that, you're going to go to, let's just say 2.4 is looking like what it is. Yeah, 2.4 squad attack. Start with that. Well, actually, because that's a squad one, I would start with like your lowest infantry ones, since you want to get those off next, per se. Like, start with those, and then just go to, like, say 2.8 is what you have. Yeah, 2.8. You have two 2.8s. Sorry, that's what confused me. Two 2.8 infantry squad attack and defenses. Start with those. Then if you end up with, say, a 3.5 attack or a 3.5 defense and it's infantry, great, you took a buff. If you end up with a 2.8% or higher squad attack or squad defense or a garrison counter or something like that, or a garrison attack or garrison whatever, even better. But start with your lowest infantry hones, and then re-hone those to make them higher, to either take higher infantry ones or preferably convert them to garrison or squad better hones. Does that make sense? That way you're still benefiting no matter what. Worst case scenario, you take a better infantry hone. Best case scenario, you take a better value hone and it's a squad or a garrison one. So over time, you're converting all of your infantry to squad or garrison hones. But if you need to slowly get there and just take better infantry hones in the process, you're still benefiting yourself, and you're not going, oh, damn it, I got an infantry hone, or I got a red hone, but it's infantry, I can't take it. No, you still open yourself up to that. Because the problem becomes that if you're just strictly going for just garrison or just squad, and you're going into like, say, manage here in your hone attributes, then that means that, like, when you hit, every time you hit the hone button, that means that you eliminate taking anything from this, anything from this, anything from this, anything from this. Like, any time those hones can roll as one of your options, and you just lose the possibility of taking one of those rolls, as opposed to you get one of those, it's better than what you have, and you take that. It's not what you want, but it's better than what you have, and you can still use it. So that's what I would do in your case. I would slow push. You have a goal in mind of all squad and all garrison, but because you don't limit yourself, because you're, just focused on one troop type and on infantry, you can still benefit from hones that aren't necessarily what you need, or what you want, but you can still utilize them in the process. And that's what I would do. It would be far less painful for you to reduce your attack by 20%, but much easier on your pocket and stuff during that process. Correct. Exactly. Do the threshold method, basically. Yeah. Start with your purples, get those to gold, and then basically work your way on the infantry ones from lowest to highest values that you have on all of your infantry hones. Like, you can do it one of two ways. You can do all of your hones and just do all your hones lowest values to highest values. So you could start with like 2.4% attack and just be like, oh, I just want to do that. And if I take a 3.5% infantry, instead of a 2.4% squad, totally fine in your mind if you want to do that. Or if you do eventually just want to get to the point where one day you can pick any squad you want, then just focus on just the infantry ones and start with the lowest value infantry hones that you have and work your way up. So get the purples up, then start with the 2.8% defense, rehone on it. Boom, you pop a 3.5% infantry defense. Fine, take it. Then you go to this 2.8% infantry squad attack, rehone. You get a 3.1% squad defense. Wonderful. That's what you wanted. Take that. And then you move on to infantry squad block, 31. Rehone. 44 infantry squad lethality. Totally fine. That's better than what you had. You take it. That's what I would do. Just start with your lowest value infantry and work your way up until they're either all squad or they're just all better at a place where you're happy with it. Because one way or another, you're going to end up with very high value infantry squad, lethality, block, attack, defense, whatever, which is going to be very beneficial to your all infantry garrison anyways. But you're also going to end up with a lot more squad hones regardless. And they're going to be better than the hones that you have on your current infantry anyways. Because you're only going to be taking hones that are better than your existing hones also. Okay, so this is done. Yeah, no worries. And like I said, like at that point, like all you need to do is just convert to committing to just infantry troops in your tower. That's the one change you need to make. That's it. Yep, no worries. Yeah, you're at a huge disadvantage being a garrison player versus a rally player. They actually just recently implemented this change into Rise of Kingdoms. So as a rally player, I can set a rally onto something and then set a troop restriction and set it and forget it and go play in the field and not have to worry about troops ever filling it that aren't the right troops. But as a garrison, I can't do that, so I have to sit here and baby this screen. So that means that me as a stronger player, I can't be in the field helping my team. I have to sit on this screen. Rise of Kingdoms just recently built out a feature and brought it out into their game to where you can put troop restriction on a garrison. So I hope that they bring that feature out into this game soon. Because usually this game kind of copy-pastes a lot of other games. In case you hadn't noticed. Oops, sorry. Bumped my mic with my water. It's been a feature I've been requesting for a year and a half. I've seen it requested on Discord by a lot of other players for a long time as well. Hopefully they'll listen one day. If they do, it'll increase the quality of life of a lot of players. Nobody wants to be a Garrison main player because it literally removes you from playing on the field. Amides from 59E has that problem. Dr. Jekyll in 59E has that problem. Players all over. Hans wants me to come to H&B to Garrison because they have that problem. Same thing. It's annoying. If you are a strong player, odds are you have impact in the field. I can't have impact in the field with 4 marches because I have to sit in this tower and kick out non-infantry. And that is a huge natural disadvantage to Garrison players as opposed to rally players for no reason. No reason at all. Hi, baby.
Are you done with your meeting?
I'm not in meetings, I'm just streaming.
Where are you going? Are you done with your streaming?
No, not really. But you can hang out, baby, you're fine.
Where's the switch?
The Switch? I don't know. I think you had it, right? Where'd you put it?
No? Oh, here it is.
Sorry, guys. Trying to strategize with the team. Okay, so... Alright, well... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Look who it is. Yo, what up, Prince? Yo, Panda, let me recruit you one day, buddy. You got enough accounts. Just bring one of your accounts over one day. No, I was asking Crypt. He said that it was packs. I don't know if that means like packs unlock after you unlock the beast, or if you just use other gold beasts to do it. I have a feeling you just use other gold beasts to do it, of like the same kind, I would assume. I have a feeling like it's the same thing as armaments, where like if you have the same beast type, so like where knife head is grass, like you would just use a bunch of Dracos. Yeah, dude. Yeah, bring them over, man. You don't have to bring your strongest account over or whatever. Just bring something over. So you could have like 2 POVs, basically. You're all about the content, man. So just bring an account over so you could have a POV or whatever. And like, even if we don't end up in the same AR, because a lot of times we don't, like especially like different island raids and stuff, then you could just double the content. Get some insider trading info. Yeah, man, anytime you want. If you're gonna do that, I could maybe like I could even like line it up to where I don't let people like Barris or some other people come over for that one, and maybe I register closer to the 4.7 bill mark, and then that kicks us down towards like G8, G9, and then that makes sure that we are split up into different G brackets. Then maybe if like one of the G brackets is slower, like on your main account, maybe ours is popping or vice versa. That way, maybe you can have better content for your videos or whatever, or be able to push more for that AR or something. I don't know. Just an idea. Oh yeah, man. Like literally anytime you want, man. Doors open anytime you want. I registered with 4.7 bill, and then I think like what is it, like the apex threshold's like 6.5. So I have more than enough space. Like I brought Barris in. I brought this Ayush and this Anush person, Fuzzy and Buddy Serve, and I think we still had like a bill or like 800 mil or something like that. So like literally like whenever you want. Yeah, that duck is annoying. Time to drink some coffee. Oh, hell no, man. I'm going to bed soon. Actually, nah. A couple hours. But I'm turning off the stream soon. I'm going to lay down soon, is what I should say. Holy Jesus Christ. One 3 2 2 8 3 3 4 1 4 7. Wait, what? Am I doing that math right? 600 1.35 2 1.35 2.1 3 3.5 4.3 5.1 5.9, so it's like a 6.4. Huh? Oops.
Don't take your eyes off me, my darling. I know you want to see me.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, guys. Now we're watching. See, what does procs mean? E.g. context, this skill, procs, this skill. So procs. Procs means when this active skill deals a critical hit, or sorry, right here. When the active skill deals a critical hit, deals follow-up damage. So in order for this skill to trigger, the active skill needs to deal a critical hit on the leader skill. So by proc, I mean trigger, basically. So think of proc as trigger. When something procs something, it's triggering something. It's causing something to happen. Blocking reinforcements. It's too late for ice cream, baby. But because you want ice cream and stuff, and because you've been so good today, I will give you 3 scoops tomorrow. Okay? Just remind me tomorrow, and I'll give you 3 scoops. Okay? It is too late tonight, though. Okay?
Don't forget.
No. We won't forget. Tomorrow's mommy's birthday. Remember? So we'll do ice cream with mommy tomorrow for her birthday, and I'll give you an extra scoop and give you 3. Okay? Sound good? Yo, what's up, Chaos? That sounds amazing. Okay, so let's see. I'll see if Kaz maybe wants to join. Yeah, Kaz can absolutely come. No worries. Hans is chilling. Yeah. Right, I get that, but proc short for something. Proclamation. Actually, yeah, I don't know why I was going to say something else, but yeah, proclamation. Damn, okay. Hans is coming. Okay. Okay, yeah, looks like we're on it. Got so much shit going on, goddamn. What do I got here? Got them coming still. I'm good friends with Hans, man. I've been friends with him for a long time. We've talked about it. He's been wanting me to come to H&B for a long time. We've been wanting to play together. Gotta fight under the light of ABZ's rally here. This tower cannot build. Go. It's another tower down. Okay. Well, keep it up, I guess. I know, I'm wondering too, Panda, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, hell no. Who is that? Who is that? Okay, they took it out. I want to see this beast he has. Undead Bull. Oh, so me and Hans are exactly the same. He's got 8, 12. He's got a 12, though. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Oh, I got him beat. I got him beat. I got Hans beat. That's funny. I got Hans beating something. That's funny. No way. Hans has an 8 gold bull, 12 purple. I have an 8 gold pango, starred gold, purple. I'm taking that to the grave. Damn! What the fuck? Yo. I did not expect that. What the hell? Why?
Fortune favors the brave.
There it is. Uh, 810 spins on 810 spins on gotcha. Yo, what up, Junior? 815? 815. Might not be 810, it might be 815. Let me check. It's right here. If you go down this list, 815. Kind of like the duck event where you did a certain amount of spins to get the duck march. You do 815 to unlock it. What's up, Anand? How you doing? Yo, Junior, I guess Hans is coming to the Alliance to play next. Next AR. What the fuck? Yeah, I saw them out in G25. I freaking messaged, I messaged Bane, and I was like, what the fuck you doing in the boonies? The fact that Nom Nom and fucking Notorious and Ollie are playing in a double-digit AR, I was like, what the fuck? But then I saw it was with High Guy, and I was like, okay, that, you know, that makes sense. That's chill. It's a homie. Like, that's no problem. But I just, all I saw was that they were in like G, like someone mentioned that, or I went to H&B and I didn't see them, and someone mentioned that they were in G25. That's all they had said, and I was like, what the fuck? And then I saw that they were in High Guys Alliance, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. What in the mother of God? Shit, that sucks, Junior. See, we can be a package deal. Do anything you do for that. Poppy said yes. She's Let's see. So is this our only tower? So they can, if they touch, they can rally that tower. This tower technically. So if they rally that tower, this tower dies. This tower's here. So we technically need a tower right here.
Don't take your eyes off me, my darling. Oh, I know you want to see an eye on me.
Chifa is funny. It's 2 versus 1 versus 1. So how is that working, Junior? Like, what happened there? Gold and Crimson allied. Jade and Azure been swinging hands all day. What the fuck? Why? No fucking way. No fucking way. I heard that guy just rolling in the dough. Just the... What the fuck? How did you land that? So they decided to have a slugfest from day one. Not knows. The shield and all the rest of those factors don't really necessarily like matter per se. In terms of like your actual like role, like in what you do, like combo, like really like what it comes down to is the combo, crit, and counter. you have to think of it in terms of like your troops, right? Like if you've seen my other videos about like how basic counter and skill damage works, right? Like if you are in field and you're attacking enemy troops, you're dealing basic and skill damage at all times, you're taking counter damage. If they turn and attack you, then you're taking basic and skill damage as well. So as a beast, if you're attacking somebody, you're always dealing crit damage, you're always dealing combo damage, and you are dealing counter damage if they turn and they attack you also. So counter is less of a priority. So what you really have to look at is you have to look at what triggers their skills. So in his case, like having a shield, there's no problem with having a shield. That just means that the counter damage that you're taking or the damage they're dealing back to you, you're just going to take less damage, which is totally fine. His second skill, you're just dealing damage. Your first skill, like let's move this up here. Yeah, like it raises your crit, you deal damage. Your first one, you're dealing damage. And like it's all crit based. And then yeah, you get a shield, sure, but that just means that you're going to take less damage when they deal damage back to you. And then if you have a shield, it's just going to raise the damage that you deal anyways. So there's no problem with the shield that he has, regardless. And then if you put him on support, when the active skill deals a critical hit, then it deals damage. That means that you want to pair this with a leader beast that is offensive, that deals crits. So you're going to be wanting to pair it with something like Blaze Sabertooth that does crit, or Volcano Rhino that's primarily around crit. Or like if you're on rallies or whatever have you, maybe it's Undead Bull, or on Garrison, Hammer Pangolian, whatever have you. So you're because it triggers on crit instead of triggering like this one on combo or whatever have you, because it triggers on crit, you're going to be wanting to pair it with a offensive beast regardless. So it doesn't, yeah, the shield factor portion doesn't matter at all. That part I wouldn't focus on. Yeah, Otashi looks great also. That's fucking sick. If your tax bracket supports it, I would absolutely get both. Shit. Okay, what do we got here? We can go offensive. Yeah, I mean the shield, like a lot of people see that and they're like, oh, it's a shield, that just means it's defensive. Like, why would I want to build that? It like it has nothing to do with the shield part. The shield part, like, you're just gonna take less damage. It really, what you want to look at is what triggers the actual attack on your beast. In this case here, like let's take a look at Draco for example. When triggering a counterattack, that means that as a support beast here, this isn't going to be good for your riders in the field. Why? Because in order for you to deal a counterattack, your beast needs to be directly attacked. You need to be attacked. Think of that as like being Stella, right? Stella has high counter damage. She has this, her battle dance, right, where she gets war will stacks. But in order for her to generate war will stacks, she needs to be attacked because it generates on counterattacks. Unless she's being attacked directly, she's not dealing counterattacks to stack war will stacks. So she's not effective in the field because she's not effective unless she's targeted. So that's why things like Draco aren't as effective in the field as support, for example, because this won't trigger unless your beast is getting directly attacked. However, when you take a look at things like Knifehead, he's not limited by that hindrance that like Draco has. He's not, the shield part isn't the hindrance, it's what's triggering the actual skill itself. And where his isn't triggered by a counterattack, it's triggered by a critical hit. Critical hits are triggered on offensive attacks, like whether it just be a normal attack or a combo, that kind of a thing. Even counterattacks can crit, so that procs his to be able to go. Who to pair Draco with? Draco, just honestly, because he procs on counterattacks, you're just looking for anybody with high counter at that point, right? So that would be like if you're on Garrison, Hammer Pangolin, has up to 420. I mean, you can pair it with the purple one as well, because as his climbs in the potential, which I don't have it unlocked because he's not level 10, he gets counter. You're really just looking for anybody that has counter. So you have your Pangos, you have your, I believe, the jellyfish. This jellyfish. This one here, the Pluto jellyfish, has counter. So the Pluto jellyfish, the Gaia deer, obviously the Spore deer, the Gale Draco, and then the Hammer Pangolin and the Crystal Pangolin. Those are the primary ones that have counter. Yeah, when receiving combo attacks, leader defense is increased. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. Like, if you're attacked, so like that's a great thing to have as well. Is that like these things are gonna proc on offense, and then all of a sudden, if they turn and attack you, then all of a sudden you get super tanky. Which, I mean, you can turn to that and look. What's another example of that? You can look at like Jack, for example. Jack, when he's attacked and he gets below 50% health, instead of dealing more damage, now all of a sudden he's taking a lot less skill damage after he gets below 50% health. Once that's him essentially being targeted, he's taking a lot less damage. Knifehead kind of operates in a very similar fashion to where, hey, I'm all of a sudden being targeted and I'm getting hit with a combo attack, I'm going to take on a lot more defense and have damage reduction if the beast is a water type. Does level matter for the second beast? I haven't really paid attention to that, honestly. The one thing that does matter, so level matters. So this is kind of a two-parted answer, right? In a sense that I'm not sure if it impacts the direct damage per se that you do, because I believe it does, because this is like this all is based on its own. I would assume that it does. However, even if it doesn't, right? Like, let's just assume that this damage is based off of the leader damage, right? The level of your support beast still matters, because your research, right? In your research, one of the trees that you get makes it to where you are inheriting stats of your support beast. And your support beast stats, just like your leader beast, raise as your beast is leveled up. So if I rank this up, the attack goes up by 16, defense goes up by 14. And if my research is maxed out, I inherit 50%. So this goes up by 16, but my leader is inheriting 8 of that. So even though I'm raising support, I'm technically raising my leader as well. So let's just assume that the support beast skill doesn't, the support beast skill is based off of your leader damage. It's still increasing by the 50% threshold that you're raising your support beast on. So I can't definitively tell you yes or no. I would assume yes, that the support beast damage is based off of the support beast stats. But even if it wasn't, to answer your question directly, does leveling the second beast matter? Yes, because you're indirectly impacting your stats of your leader through the inheritance portion of your research. G6 here. Yo, what's up, Jurian? Welcome. Oh, fuck. Get me in the fight. I want to fight.
magic of the century is before I'll vanish if you don't keep an eye on me.
Pangolin is a great thing to start with. If you look, that's what I did. I've just been testing other things because I got like these two were tiered up pretty well. Like once you get the golds tiered up like past +5, they grow pretty insane. So I went with this pair. But then I noticed that, like, for example, like crit drops off pretty quick. So like here, what I was talking to Hans about is that 210 crit equates to 25%. 420 counter is double 210, right? So you would assume that crit would be at 52% then? Almost 52%, but it's not. It's 41%. So it drops off really fast. So because of that, I'm now pairing it with this one, which gives combo. And so now that I've paired it with that and I'm inheriting, I actually have 75 here. And off of that 75, I already have 11. So the goal is to get my combo on this one like way up through this, like get this maxed out, which I'll get another 195, 180, so like another 375, inherit 40% of that, so another 190 or so, get this up to like 260, which should bring my combo to around 30%-ish, right? And then I should have around 26% crit, 30% combo, 41% counter, and then when I'm on Garrison, I also get an additional 85 crit, which should bump that up to above. So I should have 30% plus crit, 30% plus combo, 40% plus counter. That's the goal, essentially. Where's all our markers? One, two, three, 4. Where's all our markers? It says that we use 7. 1, 2, 3. Am I blind? Oh, 1 is just right here. But it doesn't have anything on it. Okay. 3 and 4. Where is 3 and 4? Yo, what's up, Bang? Sorry, sorry, now I'm looking over at you guys. Got so many chats and stuff going on. Does Beast physical work on field? Yes. Like, well, what do you mean? Sorry, what do you mean? Like physical reduction? What do you mean? There's no type advantage. Yeah, I would say 4 mil is on the upper end of being competitive. 4 mil, you're in the probably like the 75th percentile. Yeah, you get more of an ROI on beasts than you do the other ones. Because for one, it's not luck involved like armaments is. Armaments is luck involved with hones. So you could get really lucky, you could get really unlucky and get no ROI on it at all. Garage, you have a good ROI on, but if you have less firepower than your enemy's protection, you're not getting any advantage whatsoever. You're just getting the attack stats. I think that beasts have a good return on investment. Two minutes away from touching, or 2 minutes away from next rallies, maybe. What is the best beast combination for infantry field battles? There is, it's just a very open-ended question. Nobody really knows what the best beasts are, because the thing is that beasts completely evolve their skills as they get maxed out. For example, if I go here and look at this, when the active skill deals a critical hit, grants additional crit damage, that's when the active skill. If I max it out, it's when any skill deals a critical hit. So the beasts that are good at a certain level can completely change and get a lot better at a higher level. The beasts that may not be as good at a certain level may be 10 times better at a max level. So it's not as straightforward as like hero combinations where the heroes don't change as drastically, like unless they transcend and stuff. So it's not as straightforward of a question to answer. The only real thing to talk about is that like combo and crit are better offensively in the field because you're always going to be dealing crit damage, whether you're dealing whether a counterattack, a combo attack, a normal attack. You know, that's a leader skill, an active skill, whatever, doesn't matter. Any of that can be a crit. Any of those can be a combo as well. Yeah, so crit and combo are best for offensive. Counterattack is best for if you're going to be on garrison. Counterattack is also can be very, very good in the field. However, it's not as strong offensively. That's kind of really the only things. If you're working on the legendary rhino, that's totally fine because they give a lot of free copies of legendary rhinos for free players and low spenders and stuff. So you were all good there. Yeah, like I said, don't worry too much about specific beasts because people made that same mistake with armaments. And here's the problem, right? I'm gonna kind of clue you in on something, Anand. Let's just say, for example, I told you today, hey Anand, the best beast for you to work on is the Ash Sabertooth and the giant claw crab. And you say, oh, thanks, Z. Those are going to be the ones that I dump all my stuff in. You start playing the game, you know, you start doing like the beast search event and the what's it called? The trapping navigation event, all the rest of those things, right? And you do all the things that the game gives you, free beast copies and the where is it at? This one, the beast fragment choice pods, all the rest of those things, right? And then the beast random pods, right, where it just gives you random fragments. And all of a sudden in 30 days, instead of getting a bunch of copies of this, you have a +6 Draco here, or a +7 Draco. These are +3 for you, and this is a +7. I tell you that these are better, but this in your book is so much stronger because it's a +7. But it's super low leveled for you, and it's not high in its potential because you dumped all your resources into here. However, this is far stronger on your account because it's a far higher tier because the game decided to give you much more copies of it. I wouldn't focus on just specific beasts. Just let the game give you the free copies and stuff like that it's going to give you, and just keep the strategies in mind, basically, is what I'm trying to get at. Like, just know that, like, oh, I should pay attention more towards combo and crit beasts and stuff, but counter and whatnot does well. And then when you're paying attention to the skills and stuff, the main thing that you want to focus on is what triggers things. So if this is going to go on support, it triggers on a combo. If this is going to go on support, it's going to trigger on a counterattack, or this triggers on a crit. So if this is going to go on support, I want this to be behind something where the leader is going to have high crit for a stat. So like if I put this in lead here, this support gives a lot of crit, for example. So when using the leader skill, leader gets 120 crit. When the active skill deals a critical hit, you get +50 crit, that kind of a thing. That's going to make it to where this active skill procs more often. So like you want to pay attention to those synergies more so than you're paying attention to which specific beasts to use. If you pay attention to that, then it really won't matter what beast you use at that point. That'll matter far, far less, because you'll understand the principles of like how the damage is actually dealt. Then you can just intertwine beasts all day long. You can use any beast you want, and just, yeah, you can get things to proc. This has been a wild 1v2. And yet not at the same time. Is this guy actually gonna like launch? No, there's no way that that guy launches an actual rally, right? It's an 8-hour rally. Yeah, I just noticed that. I don't know why I didn't look at the timer. I saw the picture and I thought that it was somebody else. I think like, what is it, like TX Headhunter or something like that in TPL has like a picture that kind of looks similar. Yeah, TX Headhunter here just has a picture that it doesn't even look remotely the same. It's just like the background or something like that. I just thought that like it was somebody that was far stronger than it was. So I thought, oh, are they actually like going on the offensive? And it just wasn't. I can only wish. Alright, well, there isn't much else to it, guys. I think that this might be where we kind of just call it a wraps, I think. Yeah, because I think that like they're gonna do the same thing that they did last night, but they just wait for me to fall asleep. My points in War Meets War isn't that great, man. I worked 13 hours yesterday, and then I worked 9 hours today. So my points aren't all that great. They started fighting us in towers at 3 a.m. my time, and so all I've done is just sit in Garrison. I haven't been able to play in the field and stuff. But like Barris has been killing it, Grease has been killing it. Team's always doing good though. Well, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I have 14 players in top 50 of our Legion, and I only registered with 30? 31. So, team's doing good. Team's doing good. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Yeah, Crip's been all over the map, though. I know that y'all have been fighting down there quite a bit, too. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I have my fair share of reports. I've dealt some damage this event for sure. Like when I'm able to play, I'm able to play, and I have a ton of garrison reports all day long as well. But yeah, I haven't been able to like be super active in the field. I've just been so busy with work, and I got to go to bed here because I got another meeting at 7 o'clock in the morning. Yo, what's up, Ken? Well, you're here. I'm about to log off, though, so hopefully you can watch the replay. Yo. Yo. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's hard to make a video ranking the beast or the beast synergy because I haven't like, I've only really done the Garrison one. This is the one I focused on. Like, if you want to see how much I focused on this one, there you go. That's how much I focused on it. Completely maxed out. Completely maxed out. That's how much I focused on it. And the purple one, starred. So it's hard for me to tell you, like, oh, this is the best, this is the best, this is the best, when as a Garrison player, all I did was focus on the Garrison one. All I can tell you with hard facts and numbers is the principles of how damage and beast damage and synergies work, and then you apply those principles to the beasts that you're already using. Over time, as I'm able to use more of them and have more exposure and stuff, then yeah, I'm sure eventually I'll be able to do that. But because I tunnel visioned on the beast specifically for Garrison, because I'm a Garrison player, it's going to take longer for me to do that. Like, I switched from going from Pango to Pango Tiger to now Pango Crab to test out multiple things. And the reason why I'm doing Pango Crab is because now I have crit, combo, and counter damage. So that he attacks, I counter attack, then I use my skill. General Crab gives me combo. After I use my I combo, so I've already used 1 attack, 2 attacks, or I did a counter attack, which is 1 attack, 2 attacks, 3 attacks, and then my General Crab used his attack, 4 attacks, 5 attacks. I did 5 attacks in 1 turn. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, sorry, I'm looking back now. Best Badala armaments for field. Attack raises shield health. I'll tell you that right now. So whether it be Riven, so shield factor is raised off of attack. So best hones for Bodala is infantry attack or squad attack. It is about to be 11 p.m. Yes. Oh yeah, huh? We need to take the 7. I'm sure we'll do that here in a minute. Can you pass that note, Panda, in the Jade Crimson chat? Same thing as last time. If you don't say it, then they're just gonna think I'm being greedy. There's a lot to it. There's a lot to it, Al. But that's kind of the point, is that if you don't look at beasts, or I'm sorry, if you look at beasts at a surface level, you run the risk of missing out on a lot of damage potential. Because like I was telling Hans here, I went from pairing Pango with Pango to Pango with the Saber for the bonus crit to now pairing it with the Crab for combo. And now I'm dealing 5, potentially up to 6 attacks per second in a 1 second trigger. Or when I made the video with the Saber, I was doing 4. Uncomfortable first few fields. Which one do you like more? Which one do I like more out of Bodala and Bianca? I use Eddie Bianca because if you take this one out, I use Bodala and Marco. I use Bodala Marco. If I don't use Bodala Marco, I'll use Miyamoto Marco, and then I'll use Bodala and Bianca. Oh, if you have Marco Bianca is really good. But Bodala Bianca is really good to keep that buff march alive. I like it a lot. Bodala Riven if you need more damage. Bodala Bianca if you need the buff march. Field Rider main, I like fighting and not farm killing. Riders have a lot of mobility, have a lot of attack. The thing with riders is that they're, whether you like it or not, like you don't need to be a farm killer per se, but the way that riders have their kit set up is it's very hit and run. That's not to say that you're a farm killer, but they're high mobility, right? Like you tend to have a lot of movement speed, lower defense. That's just the way that they are. They tend to make it to where you can get in, they have high attack, they have the flank damage on Elena, like on Felix, it has like the ramp up damage, that kind of a thing. The longer that you're in the fight up to a certain point, you're dealing bonus damage and stuff. You know, you have a lot of damage output basically, right? And then like with May, like when you're over a certain percentage, like as soon as you're leaving the fight, you have bonus movement speed, right? So the whole idea of riders is like you get in, you deal a shit ton of damage, and then you can get out. So because of that, in my mind, during that attack window that you have, you just want to have as much attack output as possible. So I would say like attack and lethality is your best bet. However, they also tend to get swarmed. I'm sure as a rider player, you've seen it yourself. You will get swarmed. You know, if somebody sees a Bella, if someone sees an Elena, if someone sees a Felix, someone sees a Chasey, odds are you're going to get swarmed. So taking defense and block is totally fine because, you know, that just kicks up your survivability and makes it to where, you know, you don't die immediately. But again, because they're more hit and run, that damage window that you do have where you're not getting targeted and swarmed, I would just try to get as much damage out as you can. So preferably attack and lethality, but you can't go wrong getting the other one. I know that that's probably not the answer you wanted to hear, but yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. You're like, if you're a smart rider player, you're going to get in, pick your fights, get out, right? So during that window that you have to pick your fights, if I have 5 seconds, or 10 seconds, right? If I have a 10-second window to get in there, hit them, and then get out, would I want to deal as much damage as possible or take as little damage as possible? Like, what is more important to you? Just ask yourself that. What is more important to you during those 10 seconds? And there's no wrong answer to that. But whatever answer in your mind is the right answer is going to tell you what buffs you want to take. If in your mind, the clear answer in your head is that every time you have a 10-second window, I want to deal as much damage as possible, then your clear winner is attack and lethality. If in your mind, the more important thing is I want to have less troops to have to heal and have a lesser healing bill, then go with defense and block.
Because again, there's benefits on both sides, but it's going to be like, you know, it just plays to whatever tune you want to play as a player. That's kind of just the simple answer. I appreciate it. Thank you there. No problem at all. Happy to make them. Yeah, of course. I like, again, it's probably like an obvious answer. But sometimes, honestly, like the answer is honestly like a lot more obvious than you may think it is. Like sometimes you already know the answer to your own question. You just like have to almost like hear somebody else say it. Like sometimes you're just the most offensive player that there is. Like you're always playing super hyper aggressive and stuff, and so attack is going to be like your clear choice. But sometimes you just need to have somebody else tell you that. And yeah, like if you just know that you always play hyper aggressive and that's just your style, then just pick the stats that complement that, you know? Oh, that's sick. Congrats. Hell yeah, that's dope. I better not see. I'm seeing too many people. Get comfortable. Alright, fam. That's pretty much a wrap for me. If you guys want to see the rest of this unfold, just tune into G6. It'll unfold, but it's kind of moving at a snail's pace. This isn't even a real rally. It's 8 hours out. Gold is just going to take their sweet baby Jesus time to get to us. So, yeah. Appreciate y'all being here. Y'all know what to do. And middle should open up tomorrow, so expect more streams tomorrow. Well, actually, no. We'll see. We'll see. But it doesn't even look like it's gonna make it till tomorrow anyways. But we'll see what ends up happening. Anyways, appreciate y'all being here. Like I said, if you guys want to see it unfold, tune into G6. I gotta wake up in 7 hours anyways, so I got people that have my account and trusted and whatnot, so we should be good. But yeah, tune into G6 if you guys want to see what's happening. And again, appreciate y'all being here as always. You guys are amazing. Good night, King. Appreciate you. Y'all have a good night, and I will check you guys later. See you.